Hello, everybody, and welcome back to another Wednesday night movie live stream with me, Pete, Playtendoguy. And literally, I'm just getting a notification we're going live for some reason again. But I'd like to welcome Andy, as always, from Forgotten World of Movies.
Hi, everyone.
And tonight we're joined by two special guests. We've got Matt from Matt V's Movies.
Hello.
And Dan from Dan's Man Cave.
Hello.
Thanks, guys, for joining. Really great to get you on. Unfortunately, Paul can't join us tonight. He's got prior engagements, but we'll definitely get him on the stream in November time. So before we get on to the comments, first question I always ask is, what are some of the films that you've watched over the past week? Do you want to go first, Andy?
Yep, yeah, sure. So I've just been binge watching a load of horror films as we're in October. And I've just finished watching The Exorcist tonight. A couple of days ago, I was watching The Burning, Sleepaway Camp, Night of the Creeps, Return of the Living Dead. Reanimator and Brain Dead. So I've just been going through an absolute ton of the fun ones.
Oh, there's some great picks there. I've seen the trailer for Reanimator, and it looks really fun. It does.
Yeah, I enjoy it. It's a lot of fun, Reanimator.
Yeah. Isn't there like 2 or 3 of them?
Yeah, I've only seen the first 2, but I've not seen the third one.
Yeah, because isn't there like Bride and Beyond Reanimator?
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool. So, how are you going to continue up to the 31st of October for Halloween for watching your horror films?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Have you got any specific picks for Halloween night?
Yeah, Halloween night, I watch Halloween 1, 2, and 3 back to back. That's always a tradition for me.
Oh, that sounds great. What about you, Matt? What have you been watching over the past week?
Well, like I say, towards the end of last week, I watched X. That's on Amazon Prime, and yeah, it's quite different. Set in the 70s, and there's a prequel, Pearl, so I'm quite looking forward to seeing that at some point.
Yeah. Anything else you've been watching?
No other horror films I can think of. I probably might have a look at the Conjuring mini series, the Enfield Haunting, over Halloween. I quite like that. That's probably maybe
Isn't
the
that the one that was on Sky with Timothy Spall?
Yeah, I've got the DVD of it, and that's really a really good like mini series. So or I might watch the Conjuring 2. I'm not sure yet, but
yeah, sounds like a great selection there. X was definitely an entertaining film. It's one film I definitely don't regret watching with my parents. I'm definitely glad I didn't watch it with them. But it was entertaining. It had its moments, and we're getting a third one as well. I can't remember what it's called. Maxine,
oh, really?
I think. Yeah, and that's going to be set in the 80s, which sounds really great, especially with the music and tone. If it brings on what it got from X, so that'll be good. But Pearl hasn't got an official release date over here in the UK yet, which is a shame because it's already out on Blu-ray, I think, in America already.
Wow. Okay. Yeah. I'd like to see the origins of the character from the first film, but no, I didn't know they were making a sequel to it.
Yeah, I think they announced the day it came to cinema in America. Like, oh, you like that one? We're doing another one.
Wow.
3 films in a year. It's unbelievable.
So that's Studio A24, isn't it? They're the ones that did they do Hereditary and Midsommar?
I think so, yeah.
Don't know whether it's the same director or just the same studio.
It's just the same studio. I think the director for Hereditary and Midsommar are the same, but he didn't do them ones.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah. And what about you, Dan? What have you been watching over the past week?
I've literally just finished watching Falling Down. Seen it loads of times, but I see a clip of the Whammy Burger shop and I had to watch it again. Went to cinema yesterday and watched the original Hocus Pocus. I went back in the day to watch it, but I thought I'd take my daughter. Evil Dead, The Brood, That's okay. Delirium, which is a load of rubbish. I wish I didn't buy it.
Oh, I've never
What
heard
else
of
did I
that one.
watch? It was like a category 2 video nasty, but nowadays it's just nothing. There's far worse films. And I actually bought yesterday the remake of The Crazies, and I watched that. That's really good.
That
But
came out about
other than that,
2011, didn't it? That was pretty good.
yeah. And just I've been going through the Halloween films, but yeah, I've got to watch the producer's cut of Halloween 6 tomorrow. That's about it this week.
I've heard that one's quite different from the theatrical version.
It's pretty much, yeah. It's like the movie Payback of Mel Gibson. There's 2 cuts, and you think you're not watching the same thing at all. So
Really?
much better the producer's cut, yeah.
Yeah, I've heard that from the fans. They say that one's a much more better film. That's the one with Paul Rudd in, isn't it?
Yeah, Paul Rudd, yeah.
And he still looks the same.
Yeah, still the same,
yeah. Brilliant. Falling Down, I watched that for the first time the other week. Had a lot of fun with that one. It's definitely one of Michael Douglas's best roles. That burger scene in the McDonald's place. Oh, brilliant.
Yeah, I love it.
Yeah. Well, I didn't know they were showing Hocus Pocus in the cinema. That's quite cool. Nice one, especially with the new one coming out.
Our local ones of View, they show a lot of older stuff. Like I've seen Karate Kid, the original one they put on there. I went and see Predator, it's my all-time favourite film. They show a lot of older stuff on the smaller screens.
Oh, that's good. It's nice to see them showing older films, giving them a second chance for people who may not have saw them the first time round.
Yeah,
that's good. For me, I've watched 2 Charles Bronson films at the weekend. I watched The Stone Killer, which was a sort of like a Dirty Harry-esque film with Bronson in. That was pretty fun. The plot was all over the place, but there was a lot of good action in it, and the theme song was catchy. And then I watched another one, I think it's called Breakout, and that was really good. That had Robert Duvall, and Charles Bronson had to try and rescue him out of a prison. That was very entertaining.
Yeah,
and
quite funny as well, that one.
Yeah, it is. It is. The finale of it was quite brutal, which surprised me. I was not expecting that, but very entertaining film. And I watched, was it Monday night? I watched Takeshi Miike's Audition. Yeah, that was certainly something. Started off, oh, this is quite tame, and then final half hour, like, yeah, that's why it's 18 plus. Quite a shocking film. But yeah, as it's your first time on the stream, Dan, do you want to promote your channel to everybody watching at home?
Yeah, so my channel is basically just me talking about all the things I pick up. I do the occasional unboxing. I'm going to be starting up Western reviews again soon with Carlos, Eastwood for Life fan, and Jeff at 101 Bronson. Top 10 list, a little segment called Rambling with Dan. And I hope to bring live streams to the channel. It's just because I work so early in the morning, sometimes it's hard to fit them in. But yeah, that's about it. But yeah, I've been on YouTube since 2008, not on this channel, on another one.
Oh, wow. So you've been at it for quite a few years then. Wow.
Yeah, my other channel, I suppose the community was smaller then, but it went beyond what I ever imagined. And I left and I come back purely because of one film. That was the movie called The Predator, which I hated so much I just had to come in front of the camera and slag it off. So that's what brought me back.
Oh, what, the 2018 one?
Yeah, I just everything. They've never got it right, and there's so much material. I haven't seen Prey, so I can't comment, but there's so much material to do a movie set just before they land in that jungle, the original 87 film. Just never done it.
Yeah, I do share your views on The Predator. Absolutely awful. But yeah, definitely recommend Prey. That was a nice surprise.
I will, but I don't do streaming. So.
Yeah, that's the problem. Disney don't release these on physical, which is think of all the money they were losing.
Yeah, it drives me mad. So, but I'm not gonna submit to and subscribe to all these different places to watch things. Even if it's a bootleg, I'll get hold of it at some point.
Yeah, that sounds good. What about you, Matt? Do you want to promote your channel to everybody watching at home?
Yeah, pretty much like Dan's just said, just do pick up videos and unboxings and I'd sort of review films. At the moment, obviously for this week of Halloween, I'm doing all the Paranormal Activity films from the second film to the seventh film. I've done the first one because I did that last year. So yeah, people can check that out if they want to in my playlist section. So yeah, I watched all of those, and yeah, I'll just do reviews, and I'll give a little bit of trivia about films, a little bit of facts, just sort of, a little bit of info and just my thoughts on what I thought of the film. So
yeah, your reviews
yeah.
always have useful information and trivia that you didn't even know. That's really good.
Yeah, I just like to sort of find a little bit of something of interest to people, and they think, oh yeah, I didn't realise that. I'll find out stuff myself. So,
yeah, it's always interesting researching a film because you always learn something about it.
Absolutely, yeah.
Wow, that's awesome. If you like what you hear, both Dan's and Matt's links are in the description down below, as is Andy. So if you haven't subscribed already, go and give them a sub. So let's get on to the comments. If my phone plays up properly, my phone is playing up. Right, here we go. The first person of the night is Retro Gaming 2.0. Great sharing as always, my friend. Thanks, my friend. You have my full support and welcome. Well, thank you, Retro Gaming. Hope you enjoy the stream. We've got Edward here, and he says, "Evening, everyone. Hope you're all well. What did you think of The Power of the Doctor, the new Doctor Who episode that aired on Sunday? Did you guys watch it?"
Yep. Yeah, I did.
Oh, what do you think of it, Matt?
Yeah, I enjoyed it. So I've not really watched the Jodie Whittaker series. I've watched a few episodes sort of early on, but yeah, I didn't really sort of connect with her. But no, I thought it was done quite well actually. This last episode, bit of a surprise at the end. I didn't see that coming, but I won't spoil it for people that haven't seen it. But I'm sure most people know anyway. But
it's spread all over the internet, isn't it?
yeah, and it was on the news, wasn't it? So
yeah,
obviously
it's an exciting future for Doctor Who. Are you looking forward to what the next series will bring?
Well, I was definitely be interested to see Tennant back again, just for the one episode, and then obviously see what the new guy's got to bring. But yeah, sort of that Tennant era of sort of who I really enjoyed, and Tom Baker and Peter Davison were my Doctor Who sort of in the 70s and 80s. Then I kind of fell out of love with it after that. But then when they relaunched it with Christopher Eccleston, I thought he was really good. And then obviously Tennant. But then after that, I kind of dipped out of it again.
Yeah.
So, but no, it was a good, I enjoyed it.
Awesome. Did you watch it, Andy?
No, I didn't watch it, but I did catch the ending. So I did see what happened. But other than that, I just haven't seen any of it.
No, because this era has certainly been, let's just say, a lot of downs.
Yeah.
Not very good at all. What about you, Dan? Did you watch this episode?
I've only ever seen one episode of Doctor Who. It's just not really my thing, unfortunately.
Oh, that's okay, mate. For me, I did watch it, and it was a surprise. I honestly was not expecting it. My expectations were on the floor. I was looking forward to just seeing the end of this era, but I was watching it and was thoroughly entertained. I thought the guy who played the Master was fantastic. He was having the ball. Jodie Whittaker was actually surprisingly decent in this episode, and it's just a shame that the other series weren't like it, because I really hated this new era, but this one I really enjoyed, and I probably will end up picking up on Blu-ray, and the ending was just perfect, and it's making me excited for Doctor Who again, which is something I never thought I'd say.
Yeah, I felt the same. Nice to enjoy it for once, whereas it's just not been for me the last few years.
It certainly has. I mean, to be honest, I never really reckoned much to the writing in it, and the way she portrayed the Doctor felt like she was presenting a CBeebies program rather than being Doctor Who. I don't know, but hopefully the future's bright with Doctor Who, and especially with the new guy coming up after David Tennant. So hopefully bright times ahead. We have Mike here from Did You See That? All right, lads, a packed stream tonight. Hope you're all doing well. Thanks for joining, Mike. I hope you're doing well, my friend. We've got Dan here. Oh, yeah, to get through to the stream. We've got DPD from Funberg here saying hi. Hi, mate. I hope you're doing well. He said, the other night I saw a film called Impulse, aka I Love to Kill, and I will give you 2 words to why you should watch it. William Shatner. Oh,
Okay.
never heard of it. Have you guys heard of it?
No.
No?
I'd watch it for William Shatner, though.
Yeah, I think I would and all. You certainly sold us there, DVD from Film Bloke. I'm intrigued. He continues to say, seriously, it would have been dull as arseholes if it wasn't for William Shatner's overacting. Okay, I'm going to have to add that to the list and watch the trailer and see what it's like. I remember he did like a straight to DVD one a couple of years ago, The Curse of the Mummy's Tomb or something, and I remember the trailer for that, and that looked really bad. DVD Film Bloke says, also saw Fright Night and Christine, which I both really enjoyed and had fun with. Awesome. Still need to see both of them. Both are still sealed, and I'm hoping to watch them soon. I keep saying that about Fright Night, but I still haven't got round to it. What do you think of these films, Andy?
I love both of them. I think they're both fantastic. Fright Night's my favourite vampire movie, and Christine's a really underrated John Carpenter film. I just had an absolute blast with both of them. Yeah, I just think they're great.
Isn't Christine a Stephen King novel?
Adaptation, yeah.
Oh, that's good. You seen it, Matt?
Yeah, I mean, I haven't seen Christine for a long, long time, but yeah, Fright Night's really good, and I do like this the remake of it as well. That's got David Tennant in it. That's quite good.
Yeah, I've heard that one has him in it.
Quite a good remake.
That's got a good cast in it overall, altogether, hasn't it?
Yeah. I've got a copy of that on 3D actually. I need to actually watch it, but I've seen it in 2D. But yeah, it'd be interesting to see what 3D on it's like. But, yeah.
Yeah, because it's a Disney film, isn't it? It's on Disney Plus now.
Oh, is it? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I didn't realise that. I got Disney.
Yeah, I was scrolling through it the other week. I was like, Fright Night, and it's the one with David Tennant.
On Star, will it? On the Star?
Probably, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
It still amazes me what's on Disney Plus. Just like I scroll through it and like, yeah, this shouldn't be on there. There it is.
Apparently, Doctor Who's going to be going on Disney Plus as well, which I'm thinking, really? I thought it was BBC.
There's been talks of this for a little while. I think they want to do it like out of the UK for like America and other audiences so they can watch it. Apparently, there's going to be an exclusive Disney Plus TV series about Rose after she left after series 2, like what happened to her life on the parallel Earth. So that'll be interesting.
Oh, okay.
What about you, Dan? Have you seen these films?
Yeah, I've seen both. Fright Night's one. They had the poster in my local VHS store, all the white open since I was a kid. I rented in there often. And I have the Eureka and the Indicator ones. I don't mind Christine. Not my favourite. But yeah, it's good. But I love Fright Night. I haven't seen the remake of Fright Night though.
Have you seen the sequel? Because Andy said there's a sequel.
Fright Night. Part 2. No, I haven't actually seen that. Fright Night Part 2. No.
No, because I know you said it's a pretty good follow-up, didn't you, Andy?
Yeah, it's a good follow-up. It's just there's only 2 actors that come back from the first film, but it's still pretty good. It's still pretty decent. Yeah.
Oh. Right, we have David here saying, good evening, guys. Did you pick up Minions, The Rise of Gru? Did you enjoy the movie or not? I don't think it's better than the first one. Hi, David. I haven't actually seen Minions yet. I probably won't pick it up. I'll probably just watch it on stream. And I don't mind the Minions. I know a lot of people aren't a big fan of them, but they're quite fun. But not in a rush to watch it. Did you watch it, Andy?
No, I haven't seen any of the Minions movies. I've seen the 3 Despicable Me films, but I've not seen either of the Minions movies.
Yeah, the first one's pretty fun. What about you, Matt? Have you seen it?
No. Probably more something that my daughter would probably enjoy. She'd probably say, "Can we watch it?" So, but I've seen some of the Despicable Me's, but I don't know whether I've seen the Minion film. But yeah,
They all
sure.
sort of blend into one, shall I say? You see an image of that one, and you think it's one film.
Yeah.
There's so many.
Yeah.
You see it, Dan?
No, but I'm gonna because I don't normally like animated, but the Minions just crack me up, and me and my daughter have a lot of fun watching them. So there's something about them. Just I think because it makes no sense and it's that kind of slapstick humour I like about it.
Yeah, I agree. It doesn't make no sense, and it's like their little language that they've got made up, and they all talk to each other, and the predicaments they get in. It's very funny. David Even Filmbloke says, "Is it wrong I was cheering Christine on?" Okay, I'm really intrigued about this now. Okay. We've got AJ here saying hello. Hey AJ, hope you're doing well, mate.
Right.
Next up, we've got Rogue here saying hi. Hi Rogue, hope you're well. David Even Filmbloke says, and last night I saw 55 Days at Pekin, which was okay, but I would probably dislike if I knew anything about the Boxer Rebellion. Oh, I never heard of that one. Have you guys heard of it?
No.
Yeah, I think that's, if I'm not mistaken, Charlton Heston. I think it's like set in Egypt or somewhere like that. I'm not a big Charlton Heston fan, so I've kind of skipped that one by.
Yeah, I've never heard of it, so it's quite interesting. DVD and Filmbloke. Right, I've just got to put somebody in timeout. Right. Rogue says Power of the Doctor was surprisingly not shit. I know, right? Yes, I know, Rogue. It was actually entertaining, and this is something I never thought I'd say about Doctor Who episodes for a long while. DVD and Filmbloke says I will be gone at about 8:30 to rewatch Bad Taste. I'll be back once it's done, and I will let you know if my thoughts change. Bad Taste. That's Peter Jackson's first one, isn't it?
I think it's his second film.
Oh, second one. That's the one where they go out in the wilderness, isn't it? I've got the picture of it. It's the one with the funny Muppet on the front cover.
Yeah. He's given the finger. Yeah.
It looks like something from Spitting Image, to be honest. But I did watch that one. I think it was on YouTube. I watched it last year. I thought it was pretty interesting. It's amazing that this guy went from that and then to do Lord of the Rings about 10 years later. But it was all right. I did like Meet the Feebles. That was certainly something. And Brain Dead. Wow, that is absolutely out there, but so much fun.
Brain Dead's amazing, yeah.
So what do you think of Bad Taste, Andy?
I think it's okay. It was probably a one-time watch for me. I'm more of a Brain Dead person. I can rewatch that film.
Definitely.
So many times. I just think it's great. Yeah.
It is definitely a lot of fun, and the amount of blood in that film was unbelievable. Yeah. Have you seen it, Matt? Bad Taste?
No, I don't think it's not one I've watched. No. But yeah, I did know about Peter Jackson directing it, but no, it's not something I've seen.
Have you seen it, Dan?
Yeah, I didn't mind it. I'm kind of with Andy. It's a one-watch film, but I love Brain Dead. I think it's got a different title in America, isn't it? Brain Dead or something?
Yeah, I think it's called Dead Alive.
That's it, yeah.
That's it.
I do like that. I'm hoping that gets released here by like 88 or something. I think we could do a release of Brain Dead.
Yeah, I agree. That'd be nice if that got a release. 88 films or something like Arrow. That'd be good. Well, I hope you enjoy Bad Taste, DVD and Filmbloke. Rogue Review says, watch Microwave Massacre yesterday on Arrow. It was shit, but fun. At least it's only 76 minutes long. I've seen an image of that. My days, that certainly looks like a film, all right. I haven't seen it myself, but yeah, probably not. But it could be fun. Have you seen it, Andy?
No, I've seen it doing the rounds on the Arrow label. but I've never actually picked it up and watched it.
No.
But I've seen the odd image of it. Yeah.
Yeah. You seen it, Dan?
Yeah, it's one that when I reviewed for Arrow, it got me in a bit of trouble with them because I wanted me to just talk about the release and big up the release, but the film's awful, much like one they done called The Mutilator. So I thought that's kind of why I stopped reviewing for them. So I thought I can't lie about a film. It's terrible.
Yeah. It doesn't look good, I must admit. I think I remember Ryan buying it and he watched it and he absolutely hated it. Have you seen it, Matt?
No. No, I can imagine it's probably one of these ones that the cover looks really good, but the actual film is crap. Is that right?
The cover isn't too bad. It's a nice bit of artwork on it. I think it's like a microwave with somebody's head in it, but it's all done artistically.
Yeah.
No, normally with these Arrow films, it is pot luck what you get. You don't know about the film, you could buy it. The cover looks amazing, but the film's rubbish. You're probably better off looking at the film cover for an hour and a half than the actual film.
Yeah.
DVD from Phone Bloke says, is Microwave Massacre about someone who murders people with a microwave? I don't know. Is it? I assume so. Well, Dan, you've seen it. What would you say?
Yeah, if you've seen what's it, the remake of Last House on the Left, kind of with a microwave scene at the end. Have you seen that? It's kind of you get a bit of that in it. It's just it's just one of them films that the title doesn't relate enough to what goes on in the film. You'd think it'd be all about sticking people in the microwave and blowing them up. But, yeah, it's terrible. It's not worth it.
It's always one I see on the shelf in H&B, and I'm like, yep, skipping that one. Oh. Rogue says it's about someone who murders his wife and puts her in a microwave and eats, then develops a taste for human flesh, so goes on a killing spree to obtain it, only killing women, might I add. Okay, that sounds like a interesting film. My word. No comment. Oh, I see. DVD from Film Block says. We've got Sean here from Media Collective Madness. Hi guys, hope you're all well and good. Hey Sean, hope you're doing well, mate. DVD from Film Block says if it was about someone who kills people with a microwave, it would probably be the world's most impractical murder weapon. I'd agree there. We've got DCR80 Gaming here saying, hello folks, not a film, but really enjoyed Andor. Only 2 episodes in, but yeah, I'm impressed. Very dark. Yeah, I haven't seen Andor yet, but I've heard from a lot of people they are enjoying it. Some people are finding it a bit slow, but it's more of a mature Star Wars series. I think the series is nearly fully shown on Disney Plus. I haven't seen it yet, but I probably will do once the whole lot's out. You seen it, Andy?
No, I'm kind of just done with Star Wars, to be honest. I've checked out many years ago now. I'm just done with it. Yeah, to be honest.
Yeah, definitely after The Last Jedi for me, it's been a very whole experience.
That killed it for me.
Yeah. I agree. What about you, Matt? Have you seen it?
I did watch. I think I've watched 3 episodes, and yeah, the first 2 really slow. The third one started to get a bit interesting, but I must admit I haven't watched any more. I've not felt like I wanted to go back to it, which is a shame. But I might pick it up again, but I'm in no rush really. I'm more looking forward to The Mandalorian. I enjoyed the Mandalorian series.
Mandalorian.
I mean, I quite enjoyed the end of Boba Fett as well, because it wasn't about Boba Fett, it was the Mandalorian.
Well, a bit more tied into that, didn't it?
Yeah, that was great, But yeah, I found this one, a bit of a struggle to get through, to be honest.
Yeah, I heard it takes a long while to get going, and isn't there about 12 episodes into the series? There's quite a few.
Is it? Oh, okay.
Yeah, because I think it's a 2-series limited run show, 24 episodes altogether, so quite a long watch. Because normally, like the Star Wars episodes, are only about 30-odd minutes, and I've noticed like each episode's like nearly an hour.
Yeah, I didn't mind Obi-Wan. I thought that was all right. I quite enjoyed that. Yeah, I suppose he's got his issues and that, but yeah, I didn't mind it.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, this one for me is not really grabbed. I've tried to get into it, but it's not grabbed me really.
Yeah. And Dan, you haven't seen any of them because you don't have Disney Plus, do you, mate?
No, the last one I watched was Mandalorian.
you
I
did
spoke
watch
about
it.
why I stopped with that before.
Oh, did you?
I watched it because Gina Carano was in it, but then
Oh,
she
yes, she
got
left
kicked
it,
out,
didn't
didn't
she?
she?
Yeah. We've got Carlos here from Eastwood for Life fan here saying, looking forward to tonight's stream. Hi, Pete, Andy, Matt, and the legend himself, Mr. Orton Productions, Physical Media for Life, and Dan's Man Cave.
There's my old names and my channels.
Oh, wow. Is that your old channel's name? So many, Ian.
Well, no. I did. This one was Physical Media for Life. This channel, but I changed it. I didn't realise you could change it. But Alton Productions was my first channel, and you couldn't change your name back then. And I always regretted that. But yeah, Randy Orton was my favourite wrestler, and I started up as a wrestling channel. So.
Oh, that's cool. I think I can remember Physical Media for Life, the channel now. Yeah, I can. I used to watch it years ago. Oh, wow.
Yeah, I think I had that name until about maybe a year ago.
Yeah, that's about right. Yeah, about a year or two ago, I can remember watching your videos. I didn't click till now. Wow.
I didn't appear on camera a lot when I come back to this channel.
Didn't you?
No.
Oh. We've got Rogue Reviews saying, watch the Evil Dead trilogy over the weekend. Love them. They're so much fun. I do agree. I watched the trilogy for the first time over the past year or few months. First one's really good. Yeah, you can kind of tell it's dated now, but for what they did on the budget they done miracles there. Second one's definitely a much more better experience, I find. And the third one, I watched it for the first time a couple of weeks ago. Loved it. Just pure fun. The whole stop motion skeletons and going back in the past. It was just a lot of fun, and it was really short at only 80 minutes. Still got to watch the remake, but them three films, really enjoyed them. What's your thoughts on the trilogy, Andy?
Yeah, I think they're great. The second one's probably my favourite out of the three. The remake's pretty good. It's one of the better remakes. I'm going to try and get my hands on the TV show this month because I've heard nothing but good things about the show. So I'm going to try and get a Blu-ray copy of that. But yeah, they're great fun, those movies. Great practical effects, great horror. Yeah, just have a great time with the Evil Dead movies. They're just a lot of fun.
Yeah, and you could probably watch them all in an afternoon because they're so short, aren't they?
Yeah, definitely.
What about you, Matt? What's your thoughts on the trilogy?
Yeah, I have to say probably the Evil Dead 2 certainly a better. Well, it's kind of a remake of the first one, isn't it? And yeah, the third one's a lot of fun. Like I say, it's more of a fantasy sort of comedy, really. The third one, a bit more light-hearted, which I'm assuming maybe the series is a little bit more like that as well. I don't know. I've not watched it, but yeah, I enjoyed the remake as well. I thought that was done very well, actually. I enjoyed that. So yeah.
I picked up a cheap copy of the remake, so it's sitting there. It's been waiting to watch for a while, so I'll probably give it a go over the weekend. I've heard it's really over the top, bloody and gory as well.
Yeah. It's in the tradition of the original, certainly the original two. But yeah,
that's good to see. It's a good remake. What about you, Dan?
Yeah,
what's your thoughts on the trilogy?
I think I must be the odd one out because I think the first one, I love the first one. I watched it again the other day. I don't know if people say that's got humour in it, but to me, that's a outright scary film. But the second one's fun. The third one I hated when I first see it, but I watched it like a few days ago and I was just cracking up. I thought it was hilarious. So I appreciate that a lot more. And I do like the remake as well. And yeah, like Andy, I need to get hold of the TV series, but it's proven a bit tricky on Blu-ray.
It's a bit expensive, I noticed on eBay. Some prices
Yeah.
I've seen are like, whoa.
I've seen it.
Yeah.
I've seen it for 50 quid with the
Yeah.
all 3 seasons in. So I'm just waiting for the right time to pull the trigger on it. That's the cheapest I think I've seen it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know about CEX, but then you're risking with CEX whether it'll be in good condition or not. Yeah. Oh, awesome. DVD and Funbloat says, incidentally, tomorrow night I'm watching Brain Dead. I decided to skip Meet the Feebles because I've seen it twice this year alone. Yeah, I can remember, mate, you were talking about it, and then I watched it a little while after. Awesome. We've got Winslow here saying, watched Running on Empty yesterday. It was great. River Phoenix was a real talent, then checked out another Sidney Lumet film, Before the Devil Knows You're Dead. I found that a little disappointing. Got Running on Empty, haven't seen it yet, but Before the Devil Knows You're Dead, I did watch that a couple of months ago or 3 months ago in the summer, and it was fine. It wasn't too bad. I know Andy likes Running on Empty, so what's your thoughts on the films?
I actually really like them both, to be honest. I don't think Before the Devil Knows You're Dead is as good as Running on Empty, but Before the Devil Knows You're Dead's got an opening you'll never forget. With like Philip Seymour Hoffman and Marissa Tomei. But yeah, Running on Empty's it's probably top 2, top 3 River Phoenix movies. I just really, really dig that movie. I think it's awesome.
Yeah. I've got the premium collection on your recommendation. I still keep meaning to watch it, but again, it just sits in the shelf waiting to be watched like many other ones. What about you, Matt? Have you seen any of these films?
To be honest, no, I've not heard of either of those. No, sorry. I don't know.
What about you, Dan? Have you seen them?
It's Before the Devil Knows You're Dead. I remember watching that. It's also got Ethan Hawke in it, I think, if I'm not mistaken. I can't remember much about that, but Running on Empty I bought in the 2 for 15 last. First time I've watched it fully, and I thought it was amazing. River Phoenix I just thought was an incredible film. I can't praise it enough. Everything about it. One I'll definitely watch again.
Yeah, I'm hearing all this positive praise, and I really do need to watch it. I can remember watching your recent video. You were saying about the H&B Premium Collection. You think they're not going to do it anymore?
Yeah, well, I went. The new one I went to say that's all kind of merch, and they're not really clued up. But the one I've gone since I was a kid, I get on really well with the staff in there. And I asked the other day, and he said, "Well, no, they're not cancelling it." But I said, "You've had no pre-orders," and he was just a bit. I don't know, a bit off with me asking that question, but there's been nothing and no announcements. But what was more frightening than that is I said, HMV stores, are they all going to go to HMV shops? And he said that's their intentions. So I think we're just going to get less and less media in them.
That is a worry. I've noticed that a lot of them now seem to focus more on merch now. Seem to be very much like this shop called Gifted. You have a lot of like foreign like food and sweets and that and toys and that.
And so expensive as well.
I know. There's like a little can of Pokemon drink and it's like £4, and I'm just like, what? And you try it and it probably tastes awful. But yeah, it's a shame. But I've noticed online HMV seem to be bringing back the video games. So whether that'll come in store, I don't know. But it is a shame that they're reducing the media. I noticed my local one used to have quite a bit, but now it's slowly shrinking down and do even less boutique labels. Now most of them are pre-order only.
Yeah.
Trouble is, I think with streaming, I mean, I noticed the other day that Lionsgate have started a streaming service now. Another one.
I see that. I get that advertised on my TV for some reason. Lionsgate Plus or something. I'm just like, not another one.
Yeah. This is what's going to happen. You're going to get loads of them, and who's going to subscribe to all these different? You're not, are you?
No. I think Studio Canal's got a streaming site as well, I've heard. and another one has. It's ridiculous. I mean, stuff like Lionsgate. What sort of IPs and films have they got to their label to make them so attractive for people to subscribe? Instead of being their own label, they'd be better off selling bits and bobs to like different streaming services to get more revenue in. Makes more sense.
Yeah.
It will all implode on itself because there's way too many and people can't afford them all. They'll just stick with the top main three: Disney Plus, Amazon, and Netflix. And even Netflix is having some issues now. They're now stopping like password sharing, adverts, cheaper tiers, and all that because they can't keep people on it.
Right.
We have DCR 80 Gaming here saying Brain Dead is a classic. I do agree there. We have Dr. Impossible saying, evening. Yesterday evening, I delved into the world of director John Dahl. Watched his 2001 effort with Paul Walker called Joyride. I actually enjoyed the film. Horror slasher mixed with a trucker. I have actually heard of that one before, but I don't think I've seen it. But if it's got Paul Walker in, I'll give it a go. You seen it, Andy?
Yeah. I'm not sure. I know the movie's got a different title, but I can't remember which one's American and which one's for the UK. But I think it's called Roadkill as well. Yeah, it's got Paul Walker in it, Steve Zahn's in it. It's a pretty good movie. I quite enjoyed it.
Oh,
yeah.
I'll have to keep an eye out for that one. Have you seen it, Matt?
No, another one never heard of. Not doing very well.
You seen it, Dan?
Yeah, I love that film. I've got it. It's called Roadkill here in the UK.
Yeah.
But for anyone else who wants to know, for me, Paul Walker's best film, Running Scared. Vera Farmiga, it's brilliant film. I'm a big Paul Walker fan. I remember when the news broke, I was actually walking to work at 2:30 in the morning, and my partner phoned me and said, "Oh, Paul Walker's just died." But yeah, I was a big fan of him.
I can remember when the news broke out. I was at college. It's such sad news that was.
Yeah.
I'll definitely have to check out that film with him in with Vera Farmiga. That sounds good. What's it called? Running Scared?
Yeah, Running Scared. You can pick up like the DVD here or the Blu-ray. I think my Blu-ray's from Germany, but it's one if you've seen it, very shocking scene in it. What stuck with me.
Oh.
But yeah.
You recommend it, Andy? What would you think of Running Scared?
Yeah. I was watching it with a group of friends, and it was about 3:00 in the morning. And we all just sat there and thought it was terrible because a lot of my friends at the time, they were all drunk, and we were watching it and we just thought it was terrible. And then years later, I went back to it not too long ago, and I thought, hang on, we've missed a trick here. This movie's actually got some really good quality to it. It's really solid. Really like it. It's just one of those movies where like the pacing of it is just so relentless. And it's just you're on to the next scene, and it just never lets up. And it's really good third act, and it really got some difficult stuff in it. I think there's a particular scene with this couple. I don't want to get into it, but they've with what they're doing in this room, it's just a bit disturbing. But yeah, I really like it. Really like the movie.
Oh, I'll have to look into that one.
Yeah.
Carlos says, watch Conjuring 2 the other week. Very good sequel. I hear Conjuring 4 is happening. Yeah, it is happening, I think. I actually don't mind the Conjuring films. I think, is it Patrick, what's his name? Oh, I can't remember his name now.
Patrick Wilson, yeah.
Patrick Wilson, that's the name. Thanks, Matt. Patrick Wilson and Vera Farmiga, I think they make a fantastic couple on that series. The chemistry between them is brilliant, and that's what makes me like watching the films. I like the first one. I'm not too keen on the second one. I thought the third one was actually quite a surprise. I know a lot of people didn't like it, but I had a good time with it. And yeah, I'm looking forward to a fourth one. It'll be interesting to see where they'll go next. What about you, Andy?
I mean, I really liked the first two, and I thought the third one was all right. So I haven't seen any of the other movies outside of the Conjuring with that, and that as the main title. But I've never seen anything outside of that. But I enjoyed them for what they are. I just think they're entertaining horror films. Yeah.
Yeah, not too bad. What was I going to say now? I haven't seen, like, is it the Annabelle, Nun, and all them films? I haven't seen them ones.
Same.
Matt, what about you with the Conjuring films?
Yeah. I mean, I haven't seen the third one yet, but yeah, the first two. The first one was really good. The second one, I didn't mind, but again, when you watch, say, the Enfield Haunting, that's far better. That's far more truthful because the Warrens weren't really. They went there literally for one day. They weren't really involved in that Enfield case at all. But yeah, I've watched the Annabelle films, and yeah, they're all right. And you know, again, sort of one-time watches. And the Nun, I didn't mind the Nun actually. I went in with low expectations, but actually didn't mind it. But yeah, I didn't know they were going to make a fourth one. I don't know what that would be on.
No, I don't yet, but I think they are doing a sequel to the Nun 2. But there was also another one called La Llorona or something, I think it
Yeah,
was
I've
a few
seen that
years
one
ago as well.
Yeah.
I definitely do agree with you there about the second one. There's some historical inaccuracies with that film.
Yeah, and also at the end they kind of obviously they bring the nun into it, so yeah, it's very much
sequel bait, shall I say?
Yeah, but yeah, one that I'd like to read. There's a book that's been one of the investigators in that case. It's called "This House is Haunted," and I want to read that book because it's supposed to be a really, really good like depiction of what went on because it went on for several years. Lots of stuff happened, and it was all documented. So, yeah.
Oh, that'd be an interesting read. Oh, that'd be good. What about you, Dan? Have you seen these films?
Yeah, the first one's possibly my favourite modern day horror film. I love Vera Farmiga anyway. Watching anything for her. In the second one, I got to agree with Matt. It's not accurate, and I do really like that Enfield Haunting. I think that's a fantastic mini series, wasn't it? I think.
Yeah. Three part.
The third one, see, I have a bit of a problem with horror films when they start quite grounded and believable, but then the third one gets a bit silly for me, and then I kind of lose a bit of interest. Yeah, just I don't know the whole kind of CGI scenes in it. I didn't quite appreciate, but I'd watch more. I've seen Annabelle, but I haven't seen like all the sequels to it.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you there. The Enfield Haunting one, I'm pretty certain Matthew McFadden was also in that one as well.
Yeah, he plays the guy that wrote the book. Guy Playfield, I think, was the name of the author. And and there's, I mean, if you go on YouTube, there's sort of interviews with that guy Playfield, and there's BBC documentaries with the other guy. I forget his name, but yeah, very interesting, documentation of poltergeist case.
The case of the Enfield Haunting is definitely very interesting. So yeah, I'll have to keep an eye out for that. Rogue Review says, have you heard that the Breakfast Club is coming to Criterion UK? Can we have Blue Velvet next? The Criterion looks so good. Yeah, I see that today. The news broke out. Breakfast Club's coming, £23, which is quite a fair bit. When I picked up just the standard Blu-ray for about £4 the other month, brand new from H&V. So yeah, I think I'll be skipping on that one. Blue Velvet, really enjoyed it. Probably might get a Criterion for it, but I did pick up on a different label, so I don't know. What did you think of this news, Andy? A Breakfast Club on Criterion?
This is the first I'm hearing of it, to be honest. I probably won't get it because I've got the VHS one on Blu-ray, and I love that movie. It was my favorite movie for a long time. The Breakfast Club, probably for about 10 years. But yeah, I absolutely love it. But yeah, I won't be picking the Criterion up. just because I've already got it, but I'm glad it's getting a decent release.
Yeah, that's true. What about you, Matt?
Not really something that interested in, to be honest. I don't even know whether I've seen it, to be honest.
No, I still haven't seen mine yet. It's still on the shelf, still sealed.
Who's in it?
Molly Ringwald, Emilio Estevez, I think.
Oh, Amelia Estevez, yeah.
Yeah, it's a Brat Pack movie, so you got like all the typical like Brat Pack actors in it, like
Okay.
Anthony Michael Hall, Judd Nelson, Ali Sheedy, Molly Ringwald. Yeah,
Nice. And obviously the song "Don't You Forget About Me," which I know more than the actual film.
Oh yeah, no, that one.
And what about you, Dan? What do you think of Breakfast Club coming to Criterion?
I love the film, but I've just got the Blu-ray. I'm not a big fan of Criterion. I think they're really overpriced. But yeah, Blue Velvet would be a good one. So I'd like to own that. I did have the David Lynch Blu-ray set, but unfortunately my one was the glitch set, and the film just kept freezing.
Oh,
so we do need to get some good editions. I do like David Lynch. If that's the Blue Velvet he's on about, I would imagine so.
I would imagine so, because most of Lynch's films are on Criterion. I think quite a few of them are, because we're getting Lost Highway soon, I think. But yeah, I did pick up like just a cheap edition, a 2-disc edition from eBay, brand new for £5, and that edition's pretty good, so I'll be keeping with that. But again, good edition for Criterion, but I do agree with you, Dan, that they are very expensive for what they are.
Yeah.
Dr. Impossible says, also went back to watch the shamefully unseen and under-acknowledged. I had a reader. Terrible. Under-acknowledged 1979 revisionist vampire thriller Thirst, which dispenses with crucifix, fangs, wooden stakes, and garlic. Oh, I haven't heard of that one. Have you guys seen it?
No.
It rings a bell, but can't tell you who's in it.
No. Oh, you'll have to tell us more, Dr. Impossible. Sounds very intriguing. Comments have gone weird. We've got AJ saying, gonna have to watch playback as I'm exhausted. Sorry, no problems, AJ. Take care, mate. See you soon. Dr. Impossible says Thirst is in the same league as Near Dark, maybe not as fang sharp, but semi-sharp enough. Oh.
Yeah.
I've heard of Near Dark. Isn't that one that not long come out on Blu-ray, re-released?
Yeah, it's a Catherine Bigelow movie.
I thought so.
I've seen that, but many years ago.
Jason the Old Millennials here saying, tonight Jacob Martin and I are talking about the movie Doctor Strangelove on his channel. I love the movie. Have you seen it? Have you seen it, Andy?
Yeah, sadly it's a movie I can't get into because I love Kubrick, but for me it's just I don't know, I just don't get any enjoyment out of it. I know it's a great film, but it's just not one of my favorites.
Yeah, I can get that. What about you, Matt?
Yeah, I mean, I think many years ago, can't really remember a lot about it, but yeah, again, not something particularly want to revisit anytime soon. But
yeah, and Dan, what about you?
Yeah, I don't mind the film. I much prefer Peter Sellers than the film. That makes sense.
Yeah.
But yeah, Peter Sellers. This is a film I recommend to a lot of people called The Party with Peter Sellers. A must watch. And Being There. I personally prefer that to Doctor Strangelove. Both of those.
Oh, awesome recommendations. I'll have to check out some of them Peter Sellers films. But I watched Doctor Strangelove about a couple of years ago, and I really enjoyed it. I wasn't expecting much, but had a lot of fun with it. It's definitely very satirical, and Peter Sellers is great in it in the 2 or 3 roles he plays. But yeah, I didn't mind it. You hear "We Meet Again" quite a few times in that film. Edward says, what's your favourite psychological horror? Ooh. That's a good question, Edward. Let me search up on Google if I can find my mouse.
I think I've got one that comes to mind.
Yeah.
It's from the I guess you could call it a psychological horror. There's one from the early 2000s called Identity.
Oh yeah.
I really, really love that film. I think it's just got such an amazing cast and a great story and a great twist. Just really, really enjoy that film.
I think I can remember. I have heard of that one before, but again, haven't seen it.
Got John Cusack and Ray Liotta in it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have heard of it. Yeah.
But they all sort of all these characters end up sort of staying at this motel. And they'll sort of like get bumped off one by one.
Yeah, that's how I think I remember hearing about that one. What about you, Matt? Have you got any recommendations?
I mean, probably such a wide thing, isn't it? Psychological thrillers, horrors. Yeah. I mean, I don't know whether you'd say sort of Silence of the Lambs would come under that. I don't know, really. I mean, fantastic film. But equally, I like Manhunter as well. The original, the first one, the Michael Mann. That's a fantastic film. Highly recommend watching that one.
Oh, I haven't checked that.
Really
one out
good
before.
serial killer in that.
I do like Michael Mann's films, so I will have to check that one out. Oh.
Yeah, really good. Good soundtrack as well. Good music in it.
What about you, Dan? Have you got any recommendations for psychological horrors?
Yeah, like Matt said, it's hard to narrow down because, like, Hereditary, some people may say that's psychological. But then for me, something like The Shining with like a guy losing his mind throughout the film, I just think that's, I shouldn't laugh at some parts of that film, but like when he's talking to the bartender, but I just find it such a exploration of someone losing their mind. And for me, that's psychological at its best.
Yeah.
For me, I'll probably have to pick. I don't know whether again it would class as psychological horror, but it does seem to pop up in some lists I've seen. Old Boy, would you class that as one?
Yeah, I would say so.
Yeah,
I think they got horror parts to it.
Yeah, and I think it's just a great film by Park Chan-wook. The guy being like locked away in this like place for so many years, and then he's released, and then he's got to find out who put him in there. It's just so good. There's some really creepy moments in it, and it keeps you guessing all the way to the end. And some of the things that happen in that film are quite disturbing. Great film. We've got Edward here saying apparently a Malcolm in the Middle revival is in the work, according to Frankie Muniz. Oh my days, I can remember that years ago. Wasn't Bryan Cranston in it as well from Breaking Bad?
Yeah.
I never was a huge fan of it, but fair enough if they're going to bring it back. I'm sure Frankie Muniz is like in his 30s now, so that's quite a shock. Did you used to like the series, Andy?
I was in and out of it when it first started, and then when I was at university, I picked up the box set and I binged it, and I just thought it was amazing. It's one of my favorite TV shows. I just think it's fantastic. The cast of characters in it are great. You know, all the sons in it are just so funny. I think Bryan Cranston as the dad is he's just fantastic. The mother is really annoying at times, but Bryan Cranston's just fantastic. I think he directed a couple of episodes of it as well.
Yeah, I think he did.
Yeah, but that really sort of put him on the map, I think. Obviously, before like Breaking Bad. But if they're doing a revival of it, I'll definitely check it out. Yeah.
That'd be good. Matt, what about you? Seen shown? What do you think of a revival news?
Never watched it. Sorry.
No worries. What about you, Dan? Have you seen it?
I've seen a few. My sisters used to watch it, but I want to say I was maybe, I don't know, was it Nickelodeon or something? I don't know what channel it was on, but maybe I was sort of a bit older than the target audience, so I never took much notice. What channel was it on? Does anyone remember?
I think it used to be on BBC Two here.
Oh, it's
think
BBC.
so,
I
yeah.
don't know why
Yeah.
I thought Nickelodeon or something
Yeah.
like that.
I think they used to sort of show it between whenever Fresh Prince was taking a break.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
After The Simpsons, it was always for like Fresh Prince, and then it took a break, and then they'd show a season of Malcolm in the Middle, and then Fresh Prince would come back.
Oh, right.
So,
Yeah, I can remember. Used to be on ITV, BBC Two in the mornings, wasn't it? It'd be
Yeah.
Fresh Prince or Malcolm in the Middle. I can remember Frankie Muniz from Agents Cody Banks instead of Malcolm in the Middle. That's all I think of whenever I was thinking of his name. We got Marvel fans saying, "Hey guys, hey mate, hope you're doing well." DCR 80 Gaming says, "Bright Night is another classic." Yep, I definitely need to watch it. Marvel fans said to Edward, "I heard that as well. I heard Bryan Cranston is writing the series." Oh, that's great. We've got Niels here. Hey guys and ghouls. Hey Niels, hope you're doing well, mate. Carlos says, "I know Sleepaway Camp is known as a cult favourite horror, but for me, it didn't do much for me after coming out of The Burning and Friday the 13th. Sleepaway Camp is a little overrated for me." Yeah, I could get that, mate. What do you think, Andy?
I definitely think Sleepaway Camp wouldn't be as well known if it wasn't for that ending.
Yeah.
For me, I know people love or hate that ending. I'm not sure if the ending works in today's culture. But I think for 1983, I actually think that ending's quite clever. For the movie's own right. But yeah, when you watch obviously the rest of that movie before the ending, it's not the best. The acting's cheesy and over the top, and the effects aren't the best. But the movie is doing what it's doing. But I think that ending is definitely impactful, whether you love it or hate it.
Yeah, it was certainly unexpected as well. It's one of the best endings to a slasher, I think.
Yeah.
You seen it, Matt?
I probably have, but I honestly can't remember it. Probably one of those things that I've maybe watched at some point, but one-time watch for me. Slasher films tend to be that I'll watch them once, but then I'll probably forget about them.
Yeah, definitely. I think there's like 2 or 3 different sleepaway camps, isn't there? One of them's got Bruce Springsteen's daughter in it.
Yeah, it's Bruce Springsteen's sister. She's like the lead.
Oh, sister, yes.
She's the lead in the second one and the third one. I've not seen the fourth one, but I've heard it's awful. I've heard the fourth one's pretty much like a greatest hits compilation. It's just scenes from the other movies just put into it.
Oh, wow. I didn't even know there was a fourth one.
No, I really like the second one. The second one's a lot of fun. But it just doesn't have that impactful ending that the first one has.
Yeah. What's my camera doing off? But the second one is on Slasher Classics, isn't it, with the third one, but the first one isn't.
Yeah, the first one's on Scream Factory. I had to get that imported. But the second and third one are on the slasher ones.
Yeah. And what about you, Dan? What do you think of the Sleepaway Camp film?
Yeah, I quite like the first one, the second one. Third one, not too much, but they're actually on my wish list. But it is annoying that I've got to import that Screen Factory one. I don't know why we just haven't got all 3 on 88 Slasher Classics. So, yeah, I'd like to get them.
Yeah, it is strange. Is it due to the rights or something why it hasn't been released over here?
Would have thought so, yeah.
That's a shame. We've got Rogue Reviews here saying Doctor Who is only on Disney Plus outside of the UK, Ireland, where it will remain on RTE and BBC, as Disney only has the streaming rights. Yeah, they did say that. They probably may put it on Disney Plus as well, because I've noticed stuff that's on BBC iPlayer, like Killing Eve, is also on Disney Plus. So
yeah, I've noticed that. Yeah.
So maybe it will be on there as well, especially if there's going to be an exclusive series for it.
I guess, yeah, the BBC just make a bit of extra cash, don't they?
Yeah, I think after all what
Why
happened
not?
with the last era, losing so much money there, with not getting great ratings, they're trying their best to build up the brand again.
Yeah, you can't blame them.
No. The Viewer Drew says, which Tom Cruise movie do you like more, Top Gun Maverick or Mission Impossible Fallout? Now that is a really good and hard question, I think. Oh, do you want to go first, Andy?
Yeah, this is a tough one, but I'm gonna have to say Top Gun Maverick. Yeah, as great as for me after sort of from Mission Impossible 4 onwards, each entry in the franchise has got better.
Yeah,
and Fallout is definitely a standout. It's a fantastic film, but I don't know, man. I just think they pulled out all the stops with Top Gun Maverick. Just an overall cinema experience. That movie was just sublime. It was fantastic. Yeah, I'm gonna have to say Maverick.
Yeah, certainly. What about you, Matt? Which one would be your favourite?
Yeah, Top Gun Maverick. For me, that's the film of the year for me. I thought it was absolutely fantastic in the cinema. Yeah, really. I mean, I watched the original many times, and yeah, fantastic. Really, really. I mean, yeah, I enjoyed Mission Impossible Fallout. It's a good film. That's the one with Henry Cavill in as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's good. I'm looking forward to the new one next year. Isn't he doing it back to back?
Yeah,
The two films back to back or something.
Yeah.
Isn't one going in space or something as well? Isn't he going to be actually going to be filming in space? They reckon.
Wait, what? Space?
Yeah.
Wow.
Tom Cruise. I reckon he's actually going to go into space, and yeah.
Mission Impossible is doing a Fast and Furious. What?
Yeah. I've heard that. Something about that, but yeah.
Oh wow. That's certainly something. Next thing up be time travel. Oh dear.
But yeah, no, I loved it. Absolutely loved it. Best film of the year for me by far.
Yeah, it's definitely an incredible film. What about you, Dan?
I do love the Mission Impossible films, but I think Top Gun Maverick is the perfect example why film should be seen at the cinema. I haven't had a feeling like that with a film since The Dark Knight in the cinema. I just thought it was incredible.
Yeah.
Miles Teller, I'd love them to do something with Miles Teller's character, like maybe a standalone film in a few years' time.
Yeah, I agree with you there. Miles Teller was fantastic in that film. Definitely a highlight.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, I do agree. It's one of the best cinematic films. Been for a very long while, and a great excuse to go to watch a film on the big screen. Hence why it's been there for so long, and I think it still is in some cinemas.
Is it? Wow.
Yeah, they're still
Next
showing
week
it
comes
here.
out on Blu-ray, doesn't it? 4K.
Yeah.
31st.
Getting that.
Yeah, got the steelbook on order.
Same.
Yeah. I was going to get the 4K, so I got the 4K for when I eventually upgrade to get a 4K player, but it didn't come with the Blu-ray, and I'm like, of all the films.
Hasn't I got I think the steelbook, mate.
Yeah, I think the steelbook's got it.
Yeah, but the steelbook's like 40 quid, I've noticed on H&V, and that's quite a bit much.
Well, I've got mine on Amazon,
but
then I got a £5 discount, so I got it for 25.
Oh,
so I was quite happy with that.
That's a good price for steelbook.
Yeah,
there's like a big deluxe set coming out with
Christmas time, isn't there?
Yeah,
Ultimate Fan Edition.
Yeah,
not cheap.
Yeah,
no.
I like Top Gun, but not that much.
Yeah. No, exactly. Yeah, but yeah, that I reckon that's going to be a demo disc. Atmos.
Yeah.
It's going to be absolutely fantastic on that.
Oh yeah, it's going to look incredible.
And I hope there's IMAX scenes in it as well. I hope.
Yes, hopefully so. Because I've heard in IMAX it looked incredible, and I bet it did.
Yeah, I would have liked to have seen it at an IMAX cinema.
For me, Drew, this is a really hard question. Mission Impossible Fallout is probably the best of the franchise. It is just such a fantastic and fun film. Definitely one of the best of the last decade. But like everyone else, I'd have to say Top Gun Maverick is just so much fun, a pure delight. I was smiling from beginning to end. It's just a truly wonderful film. Looks incredible. It was worth the wait. It's one of those rare sequels that arrived decades afterwards and is surpassed the original, I think. Definitely such a wonderful film. And it'll be intriguing to see what happens with Top Gun as a franchise now, whether Paramount will sit on it for years or whether they'll do something else with it. Something tells me they might do, but Tom Cruise does have a lot of creative say in it, so it depends on what he says, I should think. Rogue Review says, what do you think of the new Doctor Who logo? I like it. It's a nice modernised version of the Tom Baker era logo. I think it has links to the Doctor Who's 60th anniversary as it's the diamond anniversary. Yeah, I saw the logo. Yeah, I don't mind it. I think it looks really good. It's a nice little look back from years ago, very retro. Looks great. What do you think, Matt?
Yeah, I agree. I mean, kind of, I grew up with Tom Baker and then Peter Davidson, and yeah, it's great to see that sort of retro logo come back. They modernised it obviously a bit, but yeah, no, I loved it. It's great.
Yeah, certainly a bright future for Doctor Who. What did you think of it, Andy? Have you seen it yet?
No, I've not actually seen the logo yet.
No. And Dan, you have only seen one episode of Doctor Who.
I have no idea.
The only thing I say for Doctor Who when they do bring it back, I hope they bring back Murray Gold to do the music. That's one thing I hope, because he made the music great in the original David Tennant era. Right, the viewer Drew says, bad news. Saw Die Hard 5 recently. Oh dear. Recently, while the movie wasn't a complete disaster, it was such a disappointment. The only good thing about it was the musical score. Yeah, it's not a good film. I remember watching it on TV. I was like, yeah, this doesn't really feel like a Die Hard film. That's why I stuck with the 1 to 4 box set, left the 5th one on the shelf. What do you think, Andy?
Yeah, it's not good, the 5th one. I think there's only one good scene in it, and that's when he's in the taxi. But yeah, other than that, it's just so bog standard and forgettable.
I can remember when it came out in cinemas. Didn't it get a 12+ rating?
You think so? Yeah.
Yeah,
So,
because I remember that, and I was like, a Die Hard 12+? Wait, what?
yeah,
It's
not right.
ridiculous. No. But I think when it came out on Blu-ray, it did go up to a 15 because they did like an unrated version. But again, wasn't a good film. Matt, what did you think of Die Hard 5?
Not seen the 4th or 5th Die Hard films. I just thought, no. I mean, I'm not the biggest fan of number 2. I love 1. I love 3. I think 3 is fantastic. 3 to me is the sequel to number 1. I think they're just 2 fantastic films. But now I couldn't bring myself to watch either the 4th or the 5th one.
Yeah, I can get that. The 4th one I didn't think was too bad. It was all right. Wasn't too bad, but yeah, that 5th one. Whoa. What about you, Dan? Have you seen the 5th Die Hard?
The 5th one, that's with Jay Courtney as his son, isn't it?
Yeah.
I think. Yeah, very forgettable. I remember not liking it. Or the 4th, I think that was Timothy Oliphant. Like 1 and 3, amazing. 2, I find quite boring, to be honest.
Yeah, it's been a while since I watched the 2nd one, but I did watch it. I think it was last year, and it went up in my estimations. I didn't thought it was as bad as what I thought it was, but the 3rd one is so much fun with Sam Jackson in it.
Yeah,
they make such a great pair. And
yeah, brilliant.
The viewer says, and the very little screen time with Mary Elizabeth Winstead as Lucy McLean. Yeah. DVD from Filmblock says, you know something? It's dead easy to do a William Shatner impression. I don't know if this is asking too much, but I would love to see I'd love to see one of you have a go at doing a William Shatner impression. I have no idea.
No.
Wouldn't have a clue.
Oh dear. No takers? No takers?
No.
Maybe next week, DVD from Bloke. I'll research it and I'll try and give you a best impersonation because I have no idea at the moment. DVD from Bloke says Bad Taste is Peter Jackson's first film. Oh, right.
Okay.
Then it was Meet the Feebles. Then obviously Brain Dead.
Yeah.
Neil says Brain Dead is his third picture, not his second. Right. We have Alan here, Alan Scouser. Hey guys, hope you're well. What's your number one go-to movie for Halloween? I have so many, I couldn't pick one particular film. Thanks for joining, Alan. Do you want to go first, Andy? Because I think you said yours earlier.
Yeah,
didn't you,
mine's boring. It's John Carpenter's Halloween. Yeah.
But what a perfect pick for Halloween, though. Such a great film, perfect suited for the time of year.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it definitely does feel like Halloween when you watch it with all the trees and the locations.
Yeah.
And I think it was you that said it last week. You said it feels like it could be like where you live.
Yeah. I don't know. Whenever I watch that film, I feel like it's happening outside when I watch it in October. I don't know what it is. I just think it just captures the season so well.
Yeah, you're definitely right there. It feels like it could be on any neighborhood, shall we say.
Yeah.
Matt, what about you?
I'd say The Fog. Really like The Fog. Yeah,
I do like that one.
Starts off as like the old captain's telling the sort of ghost story around the campfire, and it's just the whole setting of it with the fog coming in over. Was it something Cisco Bay or whatever it is?
Yeah.
Something Bay, isn't it?
Yeah, forget what it's called, but I love it. I just love that film. It's brilliant. Definitely good for Halloween.
Yeah, I do agree with you there. I watched it a few weeks ago again. Really enjoyed it. The whole setting of it is wonderful. The whole pirate setting and all of it. Jamie Lee Curtis in it as well. Is it Tom Atkins in it as well?
Yeah.
He had some special way with Jamie Lee Curtis. Seriously, she just caught a hitchhike with him, and then they were in bed the next minute. Like, what?
Yeah.
That's the one thing of that film I could never understand.
I just like that sort of that lady in the lighthouse as well, the DJ.
Yeah, I think her name was
getting trapped in that
wasn't it?
lighthouse is brilliant.
Yeah. It was also that bit of wood the lad picked up. That went all strange. That was creepy.
That's right. Yeah.
Quality film. There was a remake and all. I haven't seen that. I gather that wasn't very good.
No, that's got Tom Welling in, who's in Smallville. The super Clark Kent guy.
Oh,
yeah. No, it wasn't very good.
Oh,
but,
right.
another film I watched recently for the first time, which again I really liked, was The Mist with the Punisher. Can't think of his name.
Thomas Jane.
Oh yeah, I love that film. It's such a good film. Really, all set inside a supermarket. Brilliant. Really good. And the ending. What a shocking ending that was. Really good.
Gut punch of an ending indeed.
Yeah, really enjoyed that.
Awesome. And what about you, Dan? Have you got any picks for Halloween?
It's like Christmas Eve. There's two I watch, and my two always been Hocus Pocus, and then I follow that on with Halloween. Two perfect Halloween films. I think the first Halloween's the perfect slasher for me. So every year I'll be watching him.
Oh, right. That's a good pick. There's some good picks. Still need to rewatch Hocus Pocus. I picked up the Blu-ray not long ago, and I've been meaning to do that. Watch that and watch the second one, but again, haven't done it. It seems to be a catchphrase of mine. I'll get there eventually. For me, I'd probably say I always love watching American Werewolf in London. That's one of the ones I've always liked watching. And I think this year I'm probably going to add Nightmare on Elm Street to it as well, because I really want to rewatch that one, and I'm thinking I'm going to watch it on Halloween. So I'll say that. DVD Fullbloke says, yeah, Meet the Feebles is his second. That is one strange film. Marvel fan says, what's your thoughts on the latest Doctor Who episode? I skipped to the ending to see the regeneration scene. I was surprised they got David Tennant back this time as the 14th Doctor. Yeah, we talked about this earlier on. Me and Matt both watched it and was quite surprised by it.
Yeah, enjoyed it.
Yeah, it's great to see David Tennant back. He's only going to be back for a few more episodes, like about 3 episodes next year, and then I think the guy called Cutie Gatwa, he's taken over. He's from Sex Education, so I'd be interested to see what it'll be like. But I've seen a few interviews with him, and he seems really eager, and hopefully he does a great job.
Yep.
Rogue Review says, imagine living in an alternative reality where Peter Jackson's Nightmare on Elm Street 6 happened instead of Freddy's Dead the Final Nightmare. Oh my days, that film. That is a one rough watch. After watching that, I haven't returned to the box set and finished it off with New Nightmare. I don't know why, but that film was dreadful. I didn't even know Peter Jackson was going to direct Nightmare on Elm Street 6. Oh, wow. So what do you think of this, Andy?
Yeah, I mean, I can't remember much about Final Nightmare. I just remember there's one kill in it that I think's pretty cool, quite creative. But other than that, I don't remember much about it.
When I watched it, it just felt like a very MTV sort of comedy, like really not really horror. I just couldn't gel with it, especially come from a long way from the first Nightmare on Elm Street. Not long after watching that, it's just such a tonal change to it. I just couldn't get into it. What about you, Matt? What's your thought on Freddy Dead the Final Nightmare?
Yeah, I mean, again, sort of after the first one, for me, they all kind of just merge into one. Sort of as they go on, it just seems the same kind of thing. So yeah, no real recollection of it, to be honest.
What about you, Dan?
Yeah, I've got to say, 1, 2, and 3 I love, but I literally couldn't tell you what happened in each one from that. Sort of same, it just seems like all one blur now, but they did get very stupid.
Yeah, I've heard. But they say like New Nightmare is supposed to be more of a return to form. Again, haven't seen it, but what did you think of that, Dan?
Well, I literally can't remember anything past the third one.
No worries.
They just went a bit stupid for me.
Yeah, definitely. We got Stream of Time Saves 9. Hi guys, have you seen creepy 82 Universal Pictures film called Death Valley with Catherine Hicks? I have not heard of it. Have you guys heard of it?
I haven't.
No.
We've got Marvel fan here says, I want to see 10th and 14th Doctors in a scene together in a one-off 60th anniversary episode. Yeah, that would be quite funny. Yeah, that'd be quite interesting. We've got Niels here saying, watched Heavenly Creatures, and you'll understand why he got to make Lord of the Rings. I haven't seen that one. Is that the one after the Frighteners?
I think it's the one before it.
Before.
Yeah.
Right. Did you enjoy Heavenly Creatures, Andy?
It was okay. I didn't mind it, but I much prefer the Frighteners.
Yeah. Michael J. Fox, isn't it?
Yeah.
Matt, what about you?
No, it doesn't ring any bells with me, Heavenly Creatures, but the Frighteners, I enjoyed that.
And Dan, have you seen Heavenly Creatures?
No, I've only heard of the title. I've got no idea what it's about. But I love the Frighteners. But...
I know, like with Arrow, I've noticed in a few of my cases, there's supposed to be like an Arrow release of the Frighteners, but again, it's never happened. It's never come to fruition. So it's a strange one.
Isn't it an HMV premium of that? Frighteners.
VHS, I think, isn't it, Andy?
They've done I'm not sure if there's a premium, but there's definitely a VHS one of it.
I know there's a French version. AJ showed that the other day. I don't think it's 4K though, but definitely a Blu-ray.
Yeah,
Got
I remember
got a
I've done an
French title on
unboxing.
it though.
Oh, has it?
Yeah.
Oh, that's a
Yeah, I watched the director's cut of it, and there were just scenes in it I'd never seen before, and it made the film better for me.
Oh, that's good. We've got DVD and Film Bloke here says, sorry to sound pessimistic, but I think the only reason David Tennant came back was to get viewers back, especially considering Beckett's made their mind up on Cutie Gatwa. You're right there, mate. It's definitely no doubt that they've done that to get people back. That was the most lucrative era of Doctor Who. Viewing figures were superb, and after the previous era not doing well, they had to. It's a clever way to get people back in. Hopefully it'll be worth it. What do you think, Matt?
Well, hopefully. I mean, you got Russell T Davies involved now, so I mean, obviously he wrote a lot of the, the stories in the Tennant era, and they were good stories. So yeah, let's hope. It doesn't really matter who you've got in the role. It's down to the writing. If you've got a good story, then the actor will, probably engage in it. I mean, Jodie Whittaker shown, obviously that episode we got, it was really busy. There was a lot going on in it, but it was entertaining. It had a kind of good story to it, and she played a good part in it. So I don't think it matters unless the actor's really bad. As long as they're a competent actor and it's a good story, then fingers crossed.
Yeah, fingers crossed indeed. Definitely after this episode on Friday, Sunday, I'm more positive for Doctor Who. Neil says, "Oh yeah, Heavenly Creatures is great. The Frighteners is fantastic as well," says DVD Even Film Bloke. I will have to check it out. We've got Coro here. Hi, anyone watch Star Trek Strange New Worlds? I've not seen much of it. Matt's the man for Star Trek. What do you think?
Yeah, I enjoyed it. Definitely have gone back to being episodic episodes, which Star Trek always was. And they seem to sort of focus on individual characters, whereas with Discovery, kind of just gave up with that because it just, it didn't know what it wanted to be. It's just like an overall sort of story arc. And just gave up with it. The only good bit about it was Captain Pike, who is part of, obviously, Strange New Worlds, going back to the original captain before Captain Kirk. But no, I mean, it's not perfect. Some episodes are weaker than others, but for modern Star Trek, it's probably the best Star Trek we've had in a long time, because Picard has been very up and down.
I heard that about Picard, especially with the second season. It really went downhill.
Yeah, I mean, again, what they did with the Borg, to be honest, is just like change it all again, and you think, they were supposed to be a threat, now they're not, and you think, well, and now that the third season's coming in, they're going to be bringing back the Next Generation cast. So the trailer looks good, but a whole reservation. I just think they should have left it, ended it when it did. I mean, Patrick Stewart, he's so old now. He's just like, leave it, try and do something new. But again, it comes back to the writing. If the stories are good, the actors are competent, they'll work around it. It's not just about the actors, it's got to be the story. And I think the episodic way is certainly the best way for Star Trek. This sort of overall, week after week, following this story. It works for some series, but just not for that.
Oh, well, sounds glad to hear. It's really good. Definitely right there with actors and writers. they got to work with what they got, and if the writing isn't good, then you're not going to get great results. Look at Doctor Who.
Yeah, exactly.
Dan, have you seen Star Trek New Worlds?
I haven't seen any Star Trek series. I watched the 3 films with Chris Pine, but before that, I haven't watched anything since. It'd be the Wrath of Khan or something.
Khan, yeah.
I remember I had a group of friends who was obsessed by it. But something I never really got into.
Oh. And what about you, Andy? Have you seen this new Star Trek series?
No, I've not seen the new stuff. The only Star Trek I've seen is I've watched the original series. I've watched Next Gen, the 10 original movies, and then is it the Kelvin timeline?
Yeah.
That's my Star Trek knowledge right there. Nothing else beyond that.
Yeah. Yeah, I haven't seen it either. I think it's on Paramount Plus, isn't it? This new one.
Yeah. I took out a free trial of that and watched them all.
Oh, that's
By
good.
subscribing to it, because they got a long way to go. Paramount Plus, if they want subscribers.
There's nothing there really. It's $5.99 a month, I think, but there's nothing there. Nothing
No
more.
4K. I mean, yeah, there's HD on there, but you know,
Very
they
basic.
need a long way to go. But again, I'm finding with Paramount, their premium releases again, they're kind of cutting corners. They don't seem premium anymore. Chuck a few stickers in, but still charge you 30, 35 quid for something.
I know them Star Trek special editions are, I hate to say it, but they're very expensive. That big £60 one that you got from Amazon that you had damaged, that was quite a fair bit, weren't it?
Well, luckily I got about 15 quid off that, so it came in about 40. So yeah, it was all right for that price, but 60 too much, way too much.
Yeah, definitely. I can remember when the first lot of Star Trek 4Ks came out last year. I think it was AJ's video that I watched, and he wasn't really impressed with the packaging there.
No. Paramount really dropped the ball. I mean, you look at the collector's editions at the moment and look to Warner Brothers, they're doing some really good editions.
Yes.
Paramount, yeah. I mean, that Fatal Attraction one I got, and again, luckily I got it discounted using the voucher and stuff, but I wouldn't have paid full price for it. You know, they just threw in a few stickers, and you're thinking, you know, where's the effort?
That edition felt very similar to the H&V Premium collection. It did.
Yeah. And to be honest, yeah, you might as well pick up the H&V Premium one, because you get some nice art cards with it, and you get it in the 2 for 15. It's a good deal.
It is a very good deal. The problem is with Paramount, I've noticed with their releases, again, like with Top Gun, you only get your 4K and there's no artwork on the discs, and sometimes there's no slipcovers. I've heard from people that Top Gun will not even get a slipcover on any release, whilst I know it's a bit of cardboard. A lot of collectors do like slipcovers on the films.
It seems to be becoming quite a common. I'm hearing this quite a lot now. I think Sony have stopped doing slipcovers as well.
Yeah.
And I think it's just cutting costs. You know, they're putting the price up and they're cutting costs with, you know, just the bare bone. And even the plastic on these cases is so thin.
They're dreadful. I'm getting so many broken cases from Amazon because the cases just can't withstand being in transit.
Yeah.
And then you've got the Disney cases. I dare not go on anymore about them. They're terrible.
And even Alan Kermit's Ghost the other day on his his hunting video, he picked up a couple of titles, sort of $14.99 normally, but now they're $15.99.
Yeah.
That's Bullet Train.
Oh,
that was.
Are they just moving it up 1 or 2 quid more?
Yeah, the DVD was $11.99 and the Blu-ray was $15.99. It's always been 10 and 15, so to see them go up that much is quite shocking.
Yeah.
And
they think, well, if we just put it up a little bit, people won't notice, but they do.
They do, yeah. I thought it was a pricing error when it was announced as 16 quid. I was like, nah, it can't be. And then it's come out as that. And I'm like, yeah, definitely not. It's bad. But again, like with... Oh, sorry.
Yeah, sorry. I'm going to say what it's doing is it's forcing, well, not forcing people, but people are thinking, oh, I'll wait a couple of weeks or even a week and I'll go to CEX and I'll get it £2 or £3 cheaper. And it's only been on the shelf for a week. You know, somebody's bought it, traded it in. Yeah.
Definitely true there. For me, I do get a day one release for a film that I really want, but for other films, like something like Bullet Train, I'll just wait until it goes into a 2 for 20 or a 2 for 15 offer.
Yeah.
I can hold out. But again, with Bullet Train, we got cheapened out over here. Over in America, they get slipcovers all round and it's all a cheaper price.
And yeah, they get the digital code. But this comes back to what Dan was saying about the HMV premium. I think you said, didn't you, Dan, that the HMV staff said that people only buy those when they're in the deals. The 2 for 15s.
Yeah, literally they said to me where I normally shop, they hardly sell any. They pointed out that I was one of the only people to buy them at full price. And then I thought, no, I'm just going to leave it now. They're worth it 2 for 25, but when you know they're going to be a month at 2 for 15, it's, you know, it's good value that. I hope they continue. I really hope they continue it. I'm always looking out on their website.
Yeah, same here. It's a nice collection. I think 2 for 15 is an absolute steal for them. If they could do it for 2 for 20 normally, I think they'd sell a lot more.
Yeah.
But yeah, again, I did speak to my local HB staff, and they said when we have the 2 for 15 on, they sell like hotcakes, but 2 for 25, never sell them. They said like the new releases that they had, they did Mr. Nice Guy. They had a whole stack of 20 of them. They never even sold a single one of them when they come out, but they sold nearly all of them when it come to the 2 for 15. Next up, we've got Gary the Blu-ray Addict here saying, hi, gents. Hi, Gary. Hope you're doing well, mate. We've got Marvel fan here saying, DVD and film bloke. I wonder what happens, but I want to understand, but what happens if the Doctor Who series with Ncuti Gatwa turns out, hopefully not, but if it does end up like the previous, I think they got no choice but to cancel it. Yeah, I think it's just like a one-hit wonder now. If it doesn't live up to the hype, if it doesn't get the numbers, I could probably see Doctor Who being axed afterwards, but hopefully it won't be.
Bit like Prime Ministers, really, isn't it? They can't do it, they get a chop.
Oh dear. Well, to be fair, Jodie Whittaker outlived about 5 prime ministers, didn't she?
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. Carlos says horror movie Face Off, preferred movie and why? Jaws 2 versus Piranha, Bram Stoker's Dracula, Mary Shelley's Frankenstein, Near Dark versus John Carpenter's Vampires. Oh, great selection of films there, Carlos. Do you want to go first, Andy?
Yeah, sure. So I'd have to say Jaws 2, only because I've not seen Piranha. But yeah, Bram Stoker's Dracula over Mary Shelley's Frankenstein any day. I love Bram Stoker's Dracula. I think it's fantastic. It's my favorite version of Dracula. Near Dark versus John Carpenter's Vampires. I think Near Dark's the better film, but I've got a soft spot for it's John Carpenter. I do have a soft spot for that film, so I'm gonna have to say Vampires.
Yeah, that's quite an entertaining film with James Wood in it. I really enjoyed that.
It's a lot of fun.
What about you, Matt? What would you pick?
Yeah, I think Jaws 2, definitely. It's a good sequel. Not as good as the first one, but yeah, again, I mean, I do like both Bram Stoker's Dracula and Frankenstein. I think they're both good films. If I had to pick one, I probably would say Dracula, because I do think what's his name's performance, really, really good.
Gary Oldman.
Gary Oldman, yeah, fantastic performance. I have seen Near Dark and John Carpenter's Vampires was such a long while ago. I'd probably say John Carpenter's Vampires. but I can't really remember either, to be honest.
Awesome. And what about you, Dan?
Jaws 2 for me. I think that's a very strong sequel. The sharks are one thing that genuinely scare me. I hate the open water. I'll go Mary Shelley's Frankenstein. I just loved it. De Niro, wasn't it, portrayed the Frankenstein. I thought it was
monster.
fantastic in that, and that quite shocked me some moments in that film. And Near Dark for me, I love everything about that soundtrack. I often play that in my car. It's one of them films that you're watching it just makes you feel kind of lonely and unsafe in a way, just the way it's shot. And I do like director of that as well.
Oh, great picks there. For me, I can't say about Jaws 2 and Piranha because I haven't seen them. Between Dracula and Frankenstein, I like them really both, but it's got to be Dracula. It's such a great cast in it, and Gary Oldman, as you said, Matt, it's just fantastic in it. Haven't seen Near Dark, so I will say John Carpenter's Vampires, but I do really enjoy that film. I think that's quite underrated. Dr. Impossible says, I even rewatched Pet Sematary 2 just recently. I felt impulse to reevaluate this film. Mary Lambert's sequel is rather interesting. I didn't even know there was a sequel to it. I knew there was a remake, but I didn't even know there was a sequel. Any of you seen it?
Yeah, I've seen it.
I think I have, but a long time ago.
What did you think of it, and Dan?
I kind of liked it. It's Edward Furlong. I've seen it once, and I did enjoy it, but I've got to say I do prefer the original. But the remake, that was another film that just completely lost me after an hour. I just thought that was ruined. But yes, it's a decent enough sequel from what I remember.
Oh, that's good. What about you, Andy? What did you think of it?
Yeah, it's not. I don't think it's the worst thing ever. It was kind of forgettable for me. But there's a chase scene in it with Clancy Brown, which is fantastic, and I think that's the standout point of the movie for me.
That's interesting.
Yeah, that's the only bit I can really remember about it.
Oh, I'm there now. You said Clancy Brown. I think he's a great actor.
Yeah.
And you seen it, Matt, but you don't remember much about it?
Yeah, I can't really remember a lot about it, but I think the first one certainly was a classic. And the remake, just the ending just seemed to go bizarre.
I've heard it's quite a different one from the original.
To be remade.
DVD film looks just a Marvel fan, hopefully, but people just hate him, probably because he's back and possibly gay, and yet only like 5 seconds of footage of him exists. It's just conservatives being conservatives. I think, again, it's just like with every Doctor. Everybody's a bit ho-hum. Are they going to be good? Are they not going to be good? I was the same when David Tennant took over from Christopher Eccleston. I was like, I ain't going to be good. Loved him. Same with Matt Smith. Loved him. Pete Capaldi, I thought he was really good as well, but yeah. You never know until we actually see it, so it's best just to reserve judgment until they finally star in the series.
Yep.
We've got Andy Lake stuff here saying, hi lads, with Halloween coming up, what are your top 5 favourite horror franchises? So thanks for joining, Andy. Do you want to go first, Andy?
Definitely Friday the 13th. I have a blast with all those movies. I'm gonna have to say the first half of Romero's zombie films. I'd love the first 3. Elm Street and Halloween up to a point. Again, love the first 3. And possibly Evil Dead and maybe Child's Play.
Great picks there. Matt, what about you?
Well, I can't really give you 5 because I'm not a big horror fan. But I enjoyed the Paranormal Activity films. Say the first few Well, the first, the second, there's about 3 or 4 of them I quite enjoy, and others aren't so good. So there's that one. The Conjuring series I've enjoyed. That's about it, really. I mean, I like Halloween 3. I'm not a big Michael Myers. I don't mind the first film. It's the music for me in that is what makes that film personally. But I do like Halloween 3. I think that's a really good, very different film to a lot of the others. But yeah, other than that, I can't really say that there's any more franchises that are really kind of, do it for me.
Oh,
Yeah.
well, that's fair enough, mate. Did you pick up the new Paranormal Activity box set that released this week?
No, I didn't pick that up. To be honest, I've picked up about 3 of them on DVD. I've got them for like 20p. And
that cheap.
Because they're like found footage, I mean, the DVDs aren't too bad, but I don't necessarily think. I mean, I've got the 3D Blu-ray and I've got the second sight first edition, the first film, but the rest I'm quite happy with the DVD, to be honest.
That's fair enough, mate. Yeah. What about you, Dan? What are some of your favourite horror franchises?
I don't think any one in particular is consistent throughout. So there's a cut-off point, like with Halloween. I do tend to watch all of them, so I'd put that as my number one. I might exclude Resurrection. Friday the 13th. There's a couple of them I miss out. Jason Goes to Hell and Jason X. Same with Freddy. I like that, but then I miss a few of them out. Ones I'd probably watch all of are like Final Destination. For some reason, I love them. I haven't got them on Blu-ray, but they're quite hard to get hold of. Insidious is another one I like. I think they're quite consistent.
Yeah.
But it's just one of them things. There's a lot of horror films as they go on, they get a bit silly and lose me. Friday the 13th is a perfect example of that.
Yeah, I definitely do agree with you there. For me, I'm going through the Friday the 13th series now. I've just watched the second one a few nights ago. I enjoyed it. Now I've got to go from 5 to 8 because it's the 8-film box set. So I'm looking forward to seeing how the franchise goes. But I've definitely heard about Jason X and Jason Goes to Hell. So for me, Evil Dead, really enjoyed that. Halloween 1, then the 40-year trilogy, because I haven't seen the other ones. I still need to see 2, 3, and all the other films. Right. I'm looking on Wikipedia. Scream, I think that's a really consistent franchise. Nightmare on Elm Street, for me, the first 4. And, well, because it's on Wikipedia, I'm going to say the Mummy trilogy. I enjoyed that Brendan Fraser Mummy trilogy. The first one's sort of a horror film, I'd say. It's kind of hard to think of 5 of them off the top of my head. Rogue Review says, imagine if Mary Whitehouse could see Nkuti Gatwa as the Doctor, she would have a heart attack in anger. Who is she?
Oh, yeah.
Censorship woman, wasn't she?
The 80s.
Yeah. Deciding what films we can and can't watch.
Oh, right. Oh, that woman. I thought it was Paul Whitehouse's wife for a minute. Stream at the time saves 9. Agree, Dr. Pet Cemetery 2 is undervalued because of the first film. Oh, I didn't know there was a sequel, so I'll have to check them out. Still need to watch the first one. Andy says, I watched Nope yesterday, thought it was okay. What are your thoughts on it? I haven't seen it yet. I've got a digital copy of it to watch on streaming, so I'll give it a watch. I did enjoy Us, but I haven't seen Get Out. What did you think of Nope and Andy?
I quite liked it. I thought it was pretty good. I know it's definitely not going to be for everyone. But overall, I was quite pleased with it. I'm looking forward to picking it up on 4K as well because I think it'll just look great. But
I can imagine.
it's a movie I can sort of see both sides to the coin. with people liking it and people disliking it. So.
Will you be picking up the HMV special edition for 30 quid?
No, I'm just going to get the standard one.
What about you, Matt? Did you enjoy Nope, or haven't you seen it yet?
I've not seen it. I've seen Get Out and Us. I enjoyed Get Out. I thought that was quite good. Although the ending again kind of tailed off a little bit toward the end of it. But Us, yeah, it was all right. But yeah, I can take it or leave it. But yeah, I'll probably watch Nope if it comes on streaming, on Amazon or something. But it's not something I would pick up.
Yeah. And what about you, Dan? Have you seen Nope?
I haven't, but I love the other two films, so I will buy it, but not on release. So I'll give it a little while.
Yeah, sounds good. I mean, buying a film on release is good if it's a film you like or something, but you know that within a couple of weeks it's going to be in an offer, 2 for 30 or something like that, so it's always worth waiting. DVD with Film Bloke says, yeah, she was a hideously homophobic. Thank God she's dead. Marvel fan says, what's your thoughts on Ant-Man and the Wasp, Quantumania, and the Guardians of the Galaxy holiday special trailers? Yes, I watched both of them. Ant-Man and the Wasp, really looking forward to that one. That looks quite good. CGI all over, yeah, definitely, but we get to see more of Kang in this one. The trailer song choice was perfect, and I'm looking forward to see Paul Rudd again as Ant-Man. The Guardians of the Galaxy holiday special just looks like a load of Christmas fun. Kevin Bacon's going to be in it, so that should be quite entertaining. Yeah, look forward to that. What about you, Andy? You seen the trailers?
I've only seen the Ant-Man and the Wasp one, and yeah, I think it looks really entertaining. Yeah, I haven't checked out the Guardians Christmas one yet.
I see we're getting loads of trailers for Black Panther. We went ages without getting anything, and now we're getting bombarded daily with them. What about you, Matt? You seen the trailers for these?
Yeah. I enjoyed. The Ant-Man and the Wasp. Yeah, it looks quite good. I think hopefully this will kind of start. I think with Phase 4, it's all been all over the place. I mean, I haven't still watched Thor: Love and Thunder, to be honest. I heard that nothing great about that one, so I'm in no rush to watch it. Whereas before, I've always been quite interested as soon as it's come on to Disney straight away. But Eternals, yeah, didn't do much for me. But no, this one, hopefully with that sort of Kang, Conqueror, or whatever he is, hopefully that's going to be like the sort of new Thanos, I suppose. So maybe that's, yeah, it looks good, and I'm quite sort of looking forward to definitely seeing it. And yeah, I agree with you. Sort of the Guardians of the Galaxy just looks a bit of fun, just
a little appetizer before the third one comes out next year, I think, don't it?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I know after the Ant-Man and the Wasp, I'm not sure what's coming next, to be honest.
I know it's happening, but I don't know when it's coming. As you're saying, there's so many Marvel stuff, it's hard to keep up.
Yeah, well, I mean, the series just come thick and fast now. Sort of AJ and I sort of covered this on streams before. I'm just saying, it's oversaturation. There's just too much coming, and before one series is ended, another one's coming. Then there's films. Let's go back to the days of a couple of films max a year. Gives you time to digest it because it's just too much overload.
I do agree there, definitely. You seen the trailers, Dan?
I haven't, but to be honest, Endgame, I was kind of out then. I think that was enough. I think as Matt and AJ says, I really enjoy listening to them speak about this, but it's just in your face. Too much to keep up with, and it needs a rest. And I literally feel like I've watched everything because I work with a couple of younger guys, and they're just obsessed with it all, and that puts me off even more.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's just far too much now. I think so when you finish something like Endgame, then you're gonna introduce a new character like this new Thanos. You've got to give it a while. Just give it a couple of years. Let everyone digest it.
I agree with you there. Endgame was a perfect ending, really, to
Yeah.
all that. And then to bring it all back again just so soon after that, definitely probably should have kept it about 5 years so they could plan this new phase, what they were doing, and so these films could be a little bit more better quality. But yeah, it's a shame. But hopefully this new phase, because Ant-Man and the Wasp is the start of a new phase, isn't it? Phase 5?
I think so, yeah. Or maybe is it Black Panther? I don't know. I've kind of lost it there. so many different things going.
And another month, another Marvel film or
Yeah,
project. It feels.
that's right. Yeah. Or another series.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We have Kura here saying you can sub just about any boutique label. Search any boutique label catalog via Amazon. Oh, thanks for telling us, mate. We've got Rogue Review saying, I'm not too worried about the media in the Cardiff store, as the media takes up most of the store, but Cardiff is one of those flagship stores, so it's one of the H&V's main stores. It's good to hear. Yes, the one near you, Matt, that recently opened, didn't it? It's a H&V store, isn't it? One of those big ones with all the media in, with the gift sets and that.
Me.
Not Matt, I'm Dan, I mean, sorry.
No HMV, man.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, the one literally 10 minutes up the road, it's a big shop, really big shop, and it is. I've got to try and film footage. The manager's actually letting me film footage, but I went in there the other day, 9 o'clock on the dot, bought what I was buying, and I turned around and it got heaving. So I was just trying to film, but it will really shock people how much sort of action figures, Funko Pops, T-shirts there is. The media, I would say they haven't even got as much media as I got on my shelves for the size of that store.
Wow.
I went in with a list of 10 films. I bought 2, Licorice Pizza and Last Broadcast. That's all I could get. And then I went to the smaller one, which I've been going for well, about 30 years. And I basically cleared up that list because it's very media focused. But as I say, that their intention is to change them all to kind of merch driven.
Yeah.
Because it brings people in. It brings kids in as well, doesn't it? They see like a Superman figure and they think, I'll go in there.
Yeah, because they did these like random boxes, didn't they? Mystery boxes. That was a thing a while ago.
With a load of tatting.
Yeah, they've still got hordes of them in my local one. They can't get rid of them.
I guess what you got to remember is HMV's gone under twice, haven't they, before? So they have to do something to stay on the high street, because otherwise, if they just continue, it won't work. And sadly, whilst there's still some media there, like I say, they have to diversify into all this other stuff. Which for us, we're not really that interested, but for the mass market, kids and all the rest of it, you know.
It's the same with what they call Game. They're in financial trouble as well, and that's why you're seeing all the merch creeping there.
It's like a toy shop when you go in a game now. They've got hardly any games, and it's all toys. They even got Barbie dolls in there. I was like, am I in Smibes' game here?
Is that because you're finding, because obviously you're still quite into gaming quite a lot, aren't you? Are you finding there's more digital releases now? Is it going that way?
It is definitely with the Xbox. It is. For Nintendo, it's not too bad, but with PlayStation, they're starting to get like it now.
You say that with Nintendo, though. I mean, I thought was in game. My daughter, like avid Switch gamer, thought, these games are cheap. Picked them up.
Code in a box.
Code in a box. I thought, what's the point in the box?
I know. They're dreadful releases, they are. They catch you in with the good offer, and then you see that the code in the box is just like, I'll leave them on the shelf.
Yeah, I'm just glad I'm kind of 2 titles away from completing my game collection, because you see games now going up and up in price, the older titles.
Oh, what sort of gamings are you collecting then?
Horror. That's what I'm into. Horror games.
Oh, that's
I
cool.
just need 2 Silent Hill games and I'm done.
Oh, Silent Hill. Did you see that they're doing a remake of the second one and doing a load of games for it?
Yeah, I've seen this. Yeah, I've seen that. I do like that. So,
Yeah.
but might have to buy a next gen console for that probably.
Yeah, it's definitely tempting. The only problem is 70 quid a game. Way too much.
Yeah, definitely.
We have Dr. Impossible here saying Sydney Lumet made one of my favourite Prince of the City and the Hill 2 extraordinary films. Haven't seen them. You guys seen them?
No.
No.
Edward says, who's looking forward to Black Panther Wakanda Forever? Yeah, I'll give it a watch. It's another Marvel film. But this one, it's got a more of a unique touch. And obviously with Chadwick Boseman passing away, a lot of people will watch this to see how they pay tribute to him. Trailers look good. I like the first one. So, yeah, I'll give it a go. How about you, Andy?
Yeah, same as you, Pete. Looking forward to it, but I'm just not. I don't have that excitement anymore that I used to have when a Marvel film came out. I'm just kind of. I think like the rest of us, I think we're just all a bit fatigued with it, and it's it's just again, it's the oversaturation, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it'll all come to a point where they'll just eventually just phase them all out. It'll be like westerns. It'll be the big boom, and then they'll just fail. What do you think, AJ? AJ Matt, sorry.
Yeah. I agree with what you're saying. Really, you know, it's I mean, I like the first trailer. I like the soundtrack, the Bob Marley sort of remix of that. I thought that was quite cool. Quite like that. You got me interested in the trailer, and I mean, I think it'll be good. I think it very much going for more a female centric look to it now. I think I'm guessing the new Black Panther's going to be a woman, which is fine, you know, no issue with that. But as long as they don't sort of make it woke, you know, and go down that route, because again, I don't think there's no need for that. You know, just do it well, and you know, it should be good.
Yeah, I agree. What about you, Dan?
I'm not saying I'm looking forward to it, but a bit of intrigue to see if they make any reference to Chadwick Boseman, any kind of tribute, because it was a shame. He was a very good actor. So that's kind of why I may watch that one.
Yeah, same here. We've got Kira here saying Pearl, the new prequel to X, is by Ty West, is freakingly, unbelievably insane, i.e. great. Oh, I'll have to watch it. The Viewer Drew says, out of all the actors cast as villains in non-MCU Marvel films, who do you think is the worst? All the actors cast as villains in non-MCU Marvel films. So would this be like Daredevil and Fantastic Four and that?
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess so, yeah. Out of all the actors cast as villain in non-MCU Marvel. So the old sort of films. I don't know. I can't think of anyone off the top of my head.
I can't. It's been quite a while. It's been like 20 years ago when they first came out. I've since watched them.
Yeah.
I don't know why I'm thinking of the Hulk, the original one, the Ang Lee one. Was the villain very iconic in that one? I can't really remember.
That was I can't think of the actor that played the villain in it.
It's been a very long time since I watched that film, and I can't really remember much about it.
It's a good question, but I just can't think.
Nick Nolte.
Nick Nolte, that's right, yeah. You did, yeah, you're right, yeah. I didn't mind that film, actually. I know poorly. You know, a lot of people didn't like it, but yeah, it's all right. Nothing great, but yeah, it's okay at the time.
I think it was like 2003, wasn't it, or 2002? It come out.
Yeah, something like
that time. Have you got any, Andy?
Wasn't a big fan of, was it Carla Delevingne in the Suicide Squad?
Oh,
I couldn't stand that film.
Yeah, she wasn't good in it.
Just didn't work for me at all, that movie.
The new one is so much better.
Yeah, absolutely. Couldn't agree more. Yeah, I don't know. This is a tough one.
I can't really think of much. The Ghost Rider, was the Ghost Rider villain any good?
Oh, it was the guy from American Beauty, wasn't it? I think he was the villain in Ghost Rider.
I suppose Jared Leto's Joker was all right, but again, nowhere near as good as Heath Ledger or Joaquin Phoenix. I've heard as well that the sequel to Joker is going to be a musical. Have you heard that?
Yeah.
That just seems weird. A musical. I'm interested to see what they do.
Slight musical interludes where they have odd bits of music playing, but I honestly can't say it's something like The Sound of Music, but with Joker. I don't know. It's an odd premise. Yeah. But I do think the casting of Lady Gaga as Harley Quinn is a really good one.
Well, yeah. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what happens.
What about you, Dan? Have you got any picks?
I don't know if the question means Marvel films, but not in the MCU phase 1, 2, 3, and 4. But if that's what it means, I'm just thinking back. I mean, Daredevil was a pretty poor film, but then the director's cut was a lot better. It's like Elektra. Can't remember much of the villains, but I just keep thinking of the Punisher with Tom Jane. But I think John Travolta done quite a good job in that.
Yeah.
I can't particularly think of that far back. Just remember a lot of bad movies from it.
Punisher Warzone wasn't very good.
Oh,
the sequel,
yeah.
Although the guy who played him looked like the Punisher, but it just wasn't done very well.
Yeah. Dr. Impossible says, you can almost smell the end of physical media. I better start buying ample Blu-ray players to cover me.
That's the thing, when they stopped selling the hardware, and Jimmy Boy's movies, he recently went out to Thailand, and he said that the shops out there struggling to even buy Blu-ray players. Yeah. So when that starts happening, that's when you know that the end is nigh, because did it with VHS, didn't they? Yeah, you can get them on the second-hand market, but they stop producing new players.
It is a worry, isn't it? I think it'll still continue physical media, but it'll be just a very small niche group of people just buying it, I suppose.
Yeah.
It depends on how this streaming service stuff goes ahead, because I've heard a lot of people just getting fed up with it because there's too many. They want to watch one film. They're like, oh, it's on this one. Can't be bothered to pay so much a month to get it. I'll just buy the Blu-ray or the DVD from H&B instead. People are now starting to be like. So maybe the streaming wars will eventually help it. You never know. We could go back to a sort of Blockbuster-esque style system where we'll have Blockbusters back in small stores. They might try that. You just never know.
I think more of a rental online people would prefer that, because again, a lot of people wouldn't want the hassle of having to go get in the car, go to the shop and all this, whereas they just buy it on their card. Yeah. But like you say, a one-time purchase to watch a film rather than subscribing to X amount of streaming sites. So yeah, interesting times.
Certainly is. We've got Frank Ash here saying John Dahl's neo-noir 90s stuff has aged well. Kill Me Again, Red Rock West. Isn't that the one with Nicolas Cage that came out recently?
Yeah.
And also, I think The Last Seduction. Saw them all at the theatre. Oh, I'll have to keep an eye on them. You've seen them all, Andy?
Yep. Seen what I think. Kill Me Again. I think that's a Val Kilmer movie.
Oh.
From what I remember, and I think Last Seduction. I think that's got Bill Pullman in it.
Hmm.
From what I remember, it's been a long time since I've seen them, but Red Rock West. That's one of my favourites. I think that's a smashing film.
Dennis Hopper in it as well, isn't it?
Yeah.
You seen any of them, Matt?
No, right, not. Doesn't ring any bells with me.
And you, Dan, have you seen any of these?
Yeah, I've got a Red Rock West. I picked that up about a month ago. I really like that, but I haven't seen the other one. But The Last Seduction, I'd like to see.
Yeah, I do want to pick up Red Rock West. That's like a tongue twister, that is.
Yeah.
When it goes a little bit cheaper, because it's about 18 quid on Blu-ray currently, isn't it? It's one of the more expensive titles. Comments have gone weird. Just gotta wait for them. We've got Mike here from St. Max, man. Evening, guys. Just sitting outside a Target store in Austin. It's 2:30 in the afternoon. Hope you're having a great stream. I hope you're having a great holiday, mate.
Yeah.
Doctor Impossible says Last Seduction was a stunner. Dahl is always worth a watch. Awesome. Frank Ash says, anyone else think that decline in Netflix has actually dropped some great stuff this year? The Watcher, Dharma, and Midnight Mass. I don't have Netflix, but I know a lot of people really have been talking about Dharma. There's always a show on Netflix that gets people talking. That, Stranger Things. What about you, Andy? Have you seen any of these?
Yeah, I've only seen Dharma. I don't really tend to watch Netflix unless it's like a absolute last resort, because I can't really stand streaming, to be honest. Yeah, that's all I can really say about it.
Yeah. Matt, what about you? Have you seen any of these?
No, I mean, I say I don't subscribe to Netflix, so yeah. A lot of the films on there are, it feels like they're just churning out sort of, the same thing over and over again. So, yeah, it's not something I would subscribe to myself.
And Dan, have you been subscribed to Netflix or not?
We subscribed to Netflix for a month to watch Cobra Kai, and that was literally, I think, one of the handful of things I watched. But that Watcher looks good. My mum's been going on and on about that. There's something I'd probably pick up on a bootleg.
Yeah, I think I have heard a lot of people said about that Watcher's a pretty good one. I thought for a minute it was The Witcher, because a lot of people talk about that one as well on Netflix. I had Netflix for a couple of months during the lockdown. It was fine, but a lot of the films on there, none of them really got me interested. It just felt like a general mix of usual films. And the exclusives, there was one or two cool exclusives, but not really enough there to warrant a monthly purchase of Netflix, as and when if something's on, like when you did watch a Cobra Kai, Dan.
Yeah.
I haven't seen Cobra Kai, but I know a lot of people really do like that. We've got David here. What is your worst movie you've seen this year, and what is your best? Right, good question, David. What go first, Andy?
So yeah, is this year?
Yeah. Worst movie you've seen this year. What's your best?
Okay, so the worst for me is probably it's either Jurassic World, Dominion, or Lightyear. But saying that, I don't outright hate those movies. I think this year's been pretty solid. To be honest, best is it's got to be Maverick again.
Yeah.
For me.
Great picks. Matt, what about you?
Well, yeah, I'm struggling to think of the worst, but certainly for the best, Maverick. But I also really enjoyed Elvis as well. Although the first half of Elvis I struggled with, and I nearly turned it off because I just found it so chaotic. But
Same
the
here.
second half was fantastic.
Mm.
Absolutely loved it. And kind of looking back now, I can see why the first half of the film was so chaotic, because it was what was going on in his life. And yeah, fantastic film. That really enjoyed that. So yeah, but I can't think of the worst film, to be honest, off the top of my head at the moment. So sorry about that.
Yeah, it's been a pretty solid year for films, I think. Dan, what about you?
The best, I'd say Maverick or the Batman. I think Batman might have just edged it if I see that at the cinema.
Yeah.
As far as a release this year, I can't think of a release that I've hated, but I rewatched Halloween Kills the other night, and I hated it even more this time around. So I'd probably put that, even though it's been out a year or two.
Yeah. Have you seen Halloween Ends yet or not?
I bought this to watch it to gear myself up, but I just can't do it. Growing up watching Halloween, I can't put myself through it because I kind of watched everyone's reviews, and there's a petition, isn't there, to have it redone?
I've seen that, yeah. Yeah. It definitely seems to be mixing opinions. Some people seem to like it, but a lot of the fans seem to hate it. Some people even outright saying it's the worst film of the year. Really disappointed. Some people even walked out the cinema, I heard. But for me, my favourite film of the year probably is Top Gun Maverick, but second I'd have to say Everything Everywhere All at Once. I thought that was great. Worst film of the year, I'm going to say The Fantastic Beasts: Secrets of Dumbledore. That was perfect cure for insomnia. Or Thor: Love and Thunder. Could not stand either one of them. But for me, a disappointing film had to be Elvis. I was bitterly disappointed with that.
Didn't like it.
The first half of it was definitely all over the place. I didn't mind it when it settled down in the second half, but I think I went in with way too many expectations. And my mum, who's a massive Elvis fan, absolutely detests it. Should say it's her least favourite film of the year.
Really? Yeah, I mean, the first half was all over the place. But I think you were meant to feel that. You were meant to feel like, all of this was going on. That's what his lifestyle was like. But then the second half, I thought the ending was fantastic. I really, when they blended the original footage, I thought it was brilliant. Really,
I thought the ending was good. I think the main thing I didn't like about it was that it was focused too much on Tom Parker. Really should have been more on Elvis. He kind of took a backseat in his own film, if you get what I mean.
Yeah, but I didn't realise that all went on, to be honest. It was kind of, a real wait. I didn't realise he went through all of that, and how horrible that guy was to him. It's quite tragic in a way that, that happened to him.
Yeah. Have you ever seen the John Carpenter Elvis film with Kurt Russell? That's really good as well.
Yeah, I love that film. I was just about to say that. It's brilliant.
Yeah, I do like that
Seen
one.
that one,
See, Kurt Russell plays an Elvis character in 3,000 Miles to Graceland as well, when he does that well in that.
Yeah,
more of a parody.
Yeah, wasn't there another one with Michael Shannon playing Elvis, and it was like Kevin Spacey as Nixon, Elvis and Nixon or something a few years ago. I can remember that one coming out.
Yeah, it's a strange film.
Yeah. We've got Rogue Reviews saying Breakfast Club already had a Criterion in the USA. It's just a UK release. Awesome.
Yeah, okay.
Dr. Impossible says, I'll have to dig out my collection. Brad Anderson, Session 9 2. Haven't seen that in quite a while. A good, underrated psychological horror. Yeah, I think I've seen... I'm sure it was Keith at Euphoria Pictures reviewing that, saying it's pretty good. Have you guys seen it?
No, I saw that as well on Keith's channel. But
you seen it, Andy? What do you think of it?
Yeah. I think I watched it this year for the first time. I thought it was pretty good. I didn't mind it. Yeah, just thought it was all right. Solid 6 out of 10 for me. Just thought it was all right. Yeah.
And what about you, Dan?
No, I haven't seen that one. I don't even know what it's about.
We got Ratch here saying, "What's the fuss with Halloween Ends about though? Why is it so controversial to not to repeat yourself over multiple sequels?" I think the biggest thing with Halloween Ends is the marketing. Let's just say the marketing wasn't the best, without spoiling anything. What do you think, Andy?
See, I'm one of the people that actually enjoyed Halloween Ends. My expectations for it were so low. I was expecting, absolute dire trash, and to some people that's what they got. But to me, I actually thought, oh, okay, well at least it's trying something new and it's trying something decent. I don't really like any of the Halloween films after Halloween 3, to be honest. But yeah, this one didn't upset me as much as it did most people. But yeah, it tries something new, and I just think for the fans of the franchise, they're going to be massively let down by it because it's not the movie you'd expect it to be, and it's not the movie it's been advertised to be either.
No, that's
Definitely
the thing.
not.
There's a lot of misleading with that advertisement campaign, and that's why a lot of people are upset.
That's probably why. Yeah.
Have you seen it, Matt? Halloween Ends?
No, I've not seen any of the last few Halloweens, to be honest. Again, after Halloween 3, I think I've pretty much gave up with it. It's not really one that I follow, to be honest. So no, not seen it.
Marvel Fan says to Rogue Reviews, "Thanks for letting me know about the Breakfast Club Criterion. Going to pre-order it now." Awesome. Rogue Review says, "Blue Velvet, Mulholland Drive, and The Elephant Man have Criterions in the USA, but don't know why they haven't got UK releases, as no other label has the boutique license for these films in the UK. You'll probably come later on, but I know Mulholland Drive's on Studio Canal, as is Elephant Man, so that's probably why." DVD and Film Boat says, "I'll see you in about 90 minutes or so." This was probably an hour ago. Rogue says, "I pre-ordered The Breakfast Club. It's $21.99 on HMV. By the way, if you couldn't tell, I've been consumed by the Criterion cult." Rogue Review says, "By the way, Criterion's marketing strategy is overcharge for your product, then make affordable at certain points of the year so people buy more." Yeah, the sales of the last sale was very odd. Some titles were quite generously reduced, and some of them only had £1 or £2 off. Dr. Impossible says, "Criterions are just too pricey for me. I'll stick with my DVD copy of The Breakfast Club, a physical media Luddite." We have Carlos saying, "I'm hearing that Scream Factory will not be releasing a 4K box set of the Elm Street movies, which is a damn shame, as the fans have been demanding one. Hope another label releases it." I mean, after doing the Child's Play and the Halloween's, Elm Street would be a perfect candidate for the 4K. But I've heard they done Friday the 13th on 4K, and the transfer wasn't so good. So, I don't know. Would you like to see the Elm Streets on 4K, Andy?
Yeah, absolutely. Because I think the DVD box set we've got here in the UK, I think it's bare bones, and I think they shove like 2 sequels on per disc.
They do, yeah.
And it's not really that great in my opinion. It just seems very, very rushed, very bog standard, very sort of limited in special features, and just put out. The artwork on them is on the same of each DVD case you get in the box set. Yeah. The artwork's all the same for all of them, and it's just too bare bones for me.
It's true. You don't really know what films are on each disc. I don't think, because it doesn't say on the front of the cover of the box, does it?
It says
You have
on
to
it says
open
on the
up.
spine.
Does it?
Spine say
Yeah.
which ones are in each one, but it's again the print's just so small.
Yeah, it's a shame that we didn't get like a box set with each of the films separate
Yeah.
discs. Not because 2 and 3 are on the same disc, and I think 4 and 5 is.
1, 5 are, 6 and 7 are as well.
So it's a shame. What about you, Matt?
Yeah, I mean, is there rights issues? Do you think maybe? I don't know.
It's all
They
Warner
can't-
Brothers, isn't it? New Line
Sure.
Cinema.
Yeah.
Okay. But like you say, I mean, it's got a big fan base, so I would expect there to be a set at some point. Certainly for the first one, you'd expect some sort of 4K release, and then depending on how well that did, you know, they'd release the sequels and then maybe a box set afterwards.
Yeah, probably
Okay.
that'll happen. We'll probably get some special box set for the first one. See how it goes. It's Warner
Yeah.
Brothers, so I'd imagine it'll happen.
Yeah, you'd expect Warner Brothers to produce quite sort of like a collector's set, wouldn't you? 'Cause, you know, they do produce some nice sets.
Yeah. What about you, Dan? Would you like to see these come to 4K?
I would. But I'm just looking at my Nightmare on Elm Street set. I've got the HMV one. I haven't looked in it for a little while. At the later discs, but I think because it's Warner Brothers, Screen Factory aren't doing it. I think Warner Brothers will put out their own set because they've pulled a lot of their stuff from streaming, haven't they? Certain sites. I reckon they may go it alone and do one themselves.
Yeah,
It's
probably.
big enough to
Do a
not
good job,
give
right?
someone else the right. Yeah, they would do a good job with it.
Yeah. All their 4K special editions have been rather nice. I know the recent Lost Boys one looked really good.
Yeah.
Alan says Dan is so right about saying that as some horror movie franchises go on, they get more and more sillier and unrealistic. Hate the CGI too. You're right there.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I see this was announced yesterday. The younger ones are coming to Blu-ray. Marvel fan says, is anybody pre-ordering it as it comes for £20? Come out next month and hopefully they'll release Blackadder series on Blu-ray. Yeah, I see that last night. Nice surprise. Probably won't be so much of an upgrade over the DVD because it was like shot on old stock, but it's good to see it come on Blu-ray. Another generation of people can experience it. What do you think, Matt?
Yeah, I mean, that seems quite cheap because usually BBC charge quite a premium, don't they, for their releases? So I'd expect the DVD box set to be sort of 20 quid. So to get it on Blu-ray, that's quite a good price.
Yeah, because the
I'm
only
guessing
Toys
that's the whole
one last
season.
year was expensive, weren't it?
Yeah, was there just one season of it? I can't remember now.
I think there was 2.
2 of the young ones.
Yeah. So it's a good price.
I know Blackadder, there's like a DVD box set of that, but again, a lot of this stuff, you know, it was just shot on standard definition, wasn't it? So they can't actually, it take a lot of work to get it to HD quality because it just wasn't filmed like that. It was just shot on TV.
That's true. Andy, what about you?
I won't be picking them up on Blu-ray, but I've got both the young ones and Blackadder on DVD, and I'm just happy with them at the minute.
Yeah, you can also probably pick them up in most charity shops pretty cheap. So
exactly. Yeah.
And what about you, Dan?
I won't pick either of them up. I've not even got them on DVD. I'm more of a Bottom fan than the young ones. If that comes to Blu-ray, I'll pick that up.
Oh, that would be good. I do enjoy Bottom. Stream of Time saves 9. What's the most impressive shot you've ever seen in a David Lean film? David Lean. I don't know who he is.
The director, but
yeah, let's see what he's done. He's done Lawrence of Arabia and Dr. Zhivago and Oliver Twist.
Oh, yeah.
I'm going to say is I watched Dr. Zhivago. It's a very enjoyable film, very long film, but I like it. I don't know about impressive shot though. What about you guys?
Lawrence of Arabia is just a really nice looking film in general.
Yeah.
I'm not a fan of Dr. Zhivago. To be honest, okay. And Oliver, is that the one with Oliver Reed, the 68 one?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, see, I'm not. That's a film like Mary Poppins. It's just when it's on TV, it just seems to be on all bloody day. It gets on my nerves.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, you're right there.
just drag on.
Matt, what about you?
Well, just looking on here, it's Bridge Over the River Kwai he did as well.
Yeah.
I mean, that was quite a fantastic film, wasn't it? I mean, again, not seen that for a long, long time, but remember probably watching that on the TV back in the day. But yeah, do remember some, quite sort of visual stuff in that.
Oh, that's good. And what about you, Andy?
Yeah, I think one that sticks out for me, I remember seeing it when I was a kid on TV, was The Greatest Story Ever Told. They made the cast of that movie is just insane. But obviously it's a religious film about Jesus and that, but I always remember the end shot of the resurrection scene just sticking with me as a kid. Seeing that movie, because I think it's Max von Sydow plays Jesus in that movie, and just remember him. Yeah, I just remember the resurrection scene at the end. Just sticking with me. Yeah.
We've got Neil saying Thirsties from the director of Old Boy. Oh, so Park Chan-wook. Oh, I'll have to give that a watch then. Rogue says my copy of Lost Highway and Top Gun Maverick have just been dispatched from H&B. Hopefully they'll arrive early on Saturday. Yeah, seems like they will. Hopefully.
Epic.
Carla says yes, Pete. Old Boy is one messed up film. I felt numb after watching that and couldn't believe the ending. Korean cinema never holds back. Damn. Yeah, a lot of those films are really shocking. Neil says Repulsion is a very good psychological horror movie from Roman Polanski. Have you guys seen that?
No.
I've heard of it, but I've not seen it.
Right. Dr. Impossible says Thirst is set in contemporary Australia. It persists that a worldwide vampire aristocracy called the Brotherhood remains powerful and fit for ages by supping on the blood of devotees willing to sacrifice themselves to the cult. It's pretty dark and quite menacing, is Thirst. Oh. I'll have to keep an eye out for that one. Kura says top 5 horror 2022 for them is Barbarian, Pearl, Hellraiser 2022, Black Phone, and Terrifier 2. Yes, I keep hearing a lot of people talk about this Terrifier 2, how violent it is and quite shocking. Have any of you guys seen them?
I want to, but you can't get hold of the double pack at the moment.
I know, a lot of people have been going to the H&Bs and can't find it. Amazon's sold out of it as well. Seems to be some sort of stock issue with it.
I think they underestimated how popular it'd be, to be honest. And I had a look on eBay today. There was one at £30-something bidding, and there was one at £50. Buy it now. I thought, no, I'll wait.
No, give it a couple of weeks and it'll be really good in stock, I think. Yeah. It's just a surprise how popular that film is. It was done on a real shoestring budget as well and done very well in the cinema. We've got JJ Lomas Entertainment here saying, what's up, guys? Hey, mate, thanks for joining. We've got Streamer of Time say 9. Best shot in a David Lean film for me was the storm sequence in Ryan's Daughter. I also like Lean's Oliver Twist, the opening shot with Oliver's mum during the storm. Brilliant. We've got Tim Youngman Productions saying, hi all, happy Wednesday. What would you guys say is your favourite film from Stanley Kubrick? A Clockwork Orange is both my favourite Kubrick film and my favourite film of all time, with 2001 my second. For me, that's a hard question. I'm going to have to think about it. Do you want to go first, Andy?
Yeah, I mean, one I really like from him that doesn't really get talked about all that much is Paths of Glory. I really dig that movie with Kirk Douglas. I just think it's a fantastic war film.
Oh, I haven't actually heard of that one.
So I think it's one of his earlier ones.
I know he did Lolita, didn't he?
Yeah.
That's one of his earlier ones. For me, I'm going to probably say either The Shining, but I did enjoy Barry Lyndon. It's a long film, but I did thought it was a fantastic sort of epic, shall I say. What about you, Matt?
Yeah, I'd have to say The Shining. Fantastic. Love that film. Really good.
And you, Dan?
Oh, The Shining, that's easy for me.
David says, are you looking forward to Black Panther 2? Do you think it'll be better than the first one? Whilst we did talk about Black Panther 2, I honestly, jury's out whether it'll be better than the first one. What do you think? I just hope that it's a good film. That's all I hope.
Yeah.
Marvel fan says Disney Plus seem to have nearly every movie or TV show from different company. There's a TV show called Abbott Elementary, and it's released by Warner Brothers. Dr. Impossible says David Lean was master. Forget Kubrick and Denis Villeneuve, the guy who directed Dune.
Yeah.
Tim Young Production says, are you guys looking forward to Avatar Way of Water, aka Moist Avatar? What's your thoughts on the original Avatar and James Cameron's filmography in general? Want to go first, Andy?
I mean, I guess this is probably the movie that's definitely had the most hype around it. It's probably going to be Avatar. This has had years and years of build-up. But I just thought the first Avatar was a good movie. I didn't think it was a masterpiece or exceptional or outstanding. But I think Keith mentioned this last week. It's just the missed potential with James Cameron. We haven't had anything original from him apart from Avatar since 1997, and to quote Keith, it's a waste. It's such a shame because he's such a good director with everything we've had from him pretty much prior. Like Terminator, The Abyss, True Lies, Titanic, Aliens, they've all been The Abyss, they've all been great movies. And he's just seemed to have just taken a step back from all that on Avatar, which no one's really asked for.
It's a shame. Matt, what about you?
Yeah, I mean, I'm interested to see it. I mean, so I quite like the 3D format. I know, a lot of people aren't really that bothered about it now, but, I've still got the capability to watch 3D, and I really enjoy, watching it. And, for me, watching Avatar in 3D really is the only way to watch it. Quite like to get a special edition of it in 3D, but you can't. But yeah, I'm definitely going to the cinema and watch it in 3D because I want to see whether there's been another leap in technology. I mean, Cameron doesn't disappoint. Yeah, to a degree, I agree with you that he hasn't really done that much. But I suppose when he does do a film, it's going to be quality. So at least quality over quantity, I suppose. But yeah, it would be nice to see him do something else because it all just seems to be Avatar. And then how many sequels are there? I don't know, but yeah.
And what about you, Dan?
Yeah, I see the trailer at the cinema the other day, and I didn't realise it was coming out this year. I think, isn't it?
Yeah, December.
Yeah, I'll go and watch it, and I'd like to see it in 3D. I see the first film twice at the cinema, once standard 2D and then 3D, and I thought that was really good actually in 3D.
Oh, awesome. Yeah, Avatar: Way of Water. It's been a long time coming, and thoughts of the first film. Yeah, it's not the greatest film, but the hype surrounding this one, and will it live up to the wait? This is the thing. It's such an intriguing prospect, and I do hope it does. He's spent a lot of his life focusing on Avatar all the way back from Titanic. It's just been Avatar. He hasn't done anything else, and for the past 12, 13 years since the last one, it's just been working on these sequels. There's about 5 of them, I think. It's just, it is a shame that he could have done so much more, but hopefully they're all good films and all visual masterpieces. But James Cameron films, whenever he releases a film, it's always an event. Titanic, Terminator 2, Aliens, True Lies. There's so many entertaining quality films. So, yeah, hopefully this will be another one. David Beach says, what films would you like to come out on a Blu-ray or a 4K box set? And on a box set. Could we have all the Disney Plus TV shows and exclusive films on physical, please, Disney? That'd be good. What about you, Andy?
I know we've had most of them on 4K, but it would never ever happen. But I'd just love to see like a collective works of John Carpenter on 4K. Just
Yeah.
You wouldn't get it because obviously too many studios have
Right.
got too many rights and everything. But if they did from Dark Star all the way to The Ward on 4K, like a big box of that on 4K would just be amazing.
That sounds incredible. That would be brilliant if they released that, but probably wouldn't.
It wouldn't happen. It would never happen. Well,
no.
Yeah, we can dream.
Indeed. Matt, what about you?
I mean, individual release. I mean, I think everyone says this every time, but The Abyss. We need that definitely on Blu-ray. I know there's a you've got it, haven't you, Dan? The Stinky Tuna.
Yeah, I've got that. Yeah.
That's supposed to be a good transfer as well, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a good transfer. The only time it may struggle slightly is you get quite a bit of pixelization in one of the dark scenes towards the end. But the very dark. But other than that, it's a good 1080i, I believe it is.
Is that the extended edition as well, or just the theatrical?
It is extended. Let me just grab it. Yeah, it is the extended one.
Well, I think that's the only way at the moment. But there was talk of a 4K coming, but yeah. And as far as the box set goes, I'd love to see sort of the original 4 Alien films all in 4K as a box set. But again, I don't think we're going to see that, sadly.
Yeah, that's true. What about you, Dan? Have you got any picks for what you'd like to get a 4K Blu-ray or box set release?
I'm still struggling to realise why certain films haven't got a Blu-ray release. So I'd like to see a lot of them first, like Desperate Measures. Anyone's seen that? Michael Keaton, Andy Garcia.
Heard
not
of
on
it.
Blu-ray.
And
we haven't got the Explorers in this country. Another one like the Goonies, but yeah, I just want more films to come to Blu-ray. I'm not really fussed too much with 4K at the moment.
Yeah, it still baffles me. Some films that get Blu-ray and 4K releases, like Sausage Party, the Emoji Movie, Mike and Dave Needs Wedding Dates. These films don't need 4K releases, yet they get them. It's shocking. Tim Young-un Productions says, I still need to Need to see more David Leon, but I remember Dr. Zhivago being so fucking boring. Certainly a long film. Neil says Sleepaway Camp on Blu-ray is not available in Europe, except a Spanish release that's out of print. Oh, that's a shame. Marvel fan says past 2 weeks, Kanye West keep popping up on the news at the moment. He's no longer a billionaire. He is being dropped from companies, and Madame Tussauds is removing his waxwork statue. Okay. Yeah, I have no interest in that guy. I don't think a lot of us do.
Did he want to run for president at one point? Was it?
I think so. Yeah.
Oh, no, but...
All I remembered, he was married to one from the Kardashians. That's all I know. Andy Like Stuff says there's 3 specials next year of Doctor Who, all in November, then the festive episode either Christmas or New Year. Oh, that'll be good. Hopefully it'll be Christmas. I missed the Christmas episodes of Doctor Who. Streamer Time Saved 9 says What Shot and Jewel, directed by Steven Spielberg, still sticks out for you? So many great shots in that film. I haven't seen that one yet, so I'm going to move it over to Andy.
Probably the ending with when the climax of the movie. Just when that movie comes to a halt. With obviously I'm not going to spoil it. Pete's not seen it, but when the movie concludes and things wrap up, I think the way it ends is pretty good. They use a sound effect in it that they used at the end of Jaws. Obviously, when what happens with the shark happens. But yeah, no, I just think Jaws a really good movie. Yeah.
That's his first film, isn't it?
Yeah. I heard that. This is just a rumor with Spielberg, but I've heard that because Jaws was his first movie, and the production of it was very, very stressful. And I heard that he disappeared on the last day of production, and then the movie came out, and it was a massive hit. And I think to keep up with that tradition, the rumor is whenever he makes a movie on the last day of production, he doesn't turn up on set.
Oh, wow.
That's what I've heard through the grapevine about him. Because it's sort of like he took that as an omen. The production of it was so stressful that he just couldn't deal with it on the last day, and then the movie came out and it was a massive success. So that's what I think he tries to keep that up with every film he makes.
So it's a tradition with all sorts of films he makes. That's quite interesting.
It's what it's only a rumor, and it's what I've heard. But
it's interesting, nevertheless. What about you, Matt? What would you say about Joel if you've seen it?
I mean, the only memory I can have of watching Joel was watching it on the television. I mean, I don't know. Am I right in saying that it was a TV movie to start with, and then it got kind of re-released, didn't it?
Yeah,
it did really well, and then it went theatrical. But yeah, many years ago, seen it, but I couldn't tell you a shot.
And what about you, Dan?
I honestly, I've got it on the shelf for an X-Men. I can't remember much about it. I've just got Maximum Overdrive in my head for some reason. Honestly can't remember anything.
No worries. Neil says, I feel the need for speed. Love Top Gun. We've got Cura saying to Dr. Impossible, like Christopher Nolan, Villeneuve trajectory is veering straight up his own rectum. Prisoners was so good, but Dune is so sterile and vapid compared to Lynch's rubber fetish fest. Okay. Andy Like Stuff says, has anybody seen Black Adam yet? I thought it was okay, but not amazing, but not Marvel, so that's a positive. I haven't seen it. I've heard mixed things. Not rushing to see it. I'll probably watch it when it hits streaming or get it cheap on Blu-ray. You seen it, Andy?
No, I've not seen it yet. I'm gonna try and catch it this weekend, I think. But yeah, I heard it's sort of just a run-of-the-mill superhero film.
Yeah. Matt, what about you?
Yeah, I'm planning on catching it at the cinema, not this Saturday, but the following Saturday. Yeah, there's obviously a certain character that reappears at the very end, which I'm quite happy about. So, yeah, again, don't want to spoil it for anyone, but it's again all over the internet. I think most people know that a certain person is coming back, and yeah, it's great news because, and I don't know whether anyone knows this, but James Gunn has been appointed as the new lead of DC.
I see that.
Saw that earlier. That's good that they've finally got somebody who's going to head it up, and yeah, hopefully let's get some direction. And I think they could be clever with it, because if they do it right, they could actually, with Marvel, with all the Marvel fatigue, they do it right. They don't again oversaturate too many things coming out. It could be good.
Yeah, they got a chance to do something special here. Hopefully they can live up to it.
Yeah, because the Flash again, what's his name? He's been sacked, hasn't he?
Ezra Miller.
Ezra Miller,
yeah, he's gone. So they've got somebody else. So I don't know whether they're going to have to reshoot that film again or what they're going to do, but yeah, interesting. See what's going to happen.
Yeah, definitely. Have you seen Black Adam yet, Dan?
No, it's something I'm hoping to see at the cinema in the next week. Do like the look of it.
Yeah, it looks interesting. I'm more intrigued to see Pierce Brosnan in it as Dr. Fate. David Beach says, what's your favourite Bruce Willis film? I'm not going to say Die Hard, I'm going to say Death Becomes Her. I really enjoyed that film. Andy?
Yeah, that's mine as well, Pete. Death Becomes Her. Yeah, I just find that film so funny.
That's great. Matt?
I think I have to say Die Hard with a Vengeance, because I just it's such a great film that is, with them two in it. It's brilliant.
Yeah, and then Jeremy Irons in it as well. It's a very entertaining film.
Great.
And Dan, what about you?
I'm actually going to go with Last Boy Scout. One of my favourite films he was in.
Yeah, that's a fun film. Tony Scott film, isn't it?
I think I'm sure it is.
David says Die Hard will always be a classic movie. Yeah. Dr. Impossible says, what's your thoughts on Roger Donaldson's early 1990s thriller called White Sands, starring Willem Dafoe, Mary Elizabeth Mastrell, whatever, Samuel L. Jackson, and Mickey Rourke? Haven't heard of it, but the cast does sound great. Andy?
Yeah, I remember quite liking it, to be honest. I thought it was, all right. It's one that goes under the radar quite a lot, but from what I remember seeing it, it's been ages since I've seen it. But I just remember thinking it was all right. Yeah.
Matt, you seen it?
I think I have, but I can't recall. The name rings a bell, but no, I just can't recall it.
You seen it, Dan?
I haven't seen it. No.
We've got Carlos here says, tap on Andy's door with Michael Myers mask, kids. We got Cura saying White Sands is one of the last Walk films to get a theatrical up until his Naughty's Renaissance. Yes, with like the rest of it. That was a great film. Dr. Impossible says Andy won't flinch. He's seen it all, including William Shatner as a mask. Dr. Impossible says, so kids, don't think you can pull a fast one with Andy at the door this Halloween. Right. What was your favourite role of Leslie Jordan's what? I'm gonna Leslie Jordan. Oh yes, he passed away, didn't he? He was in Will and Grace, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's all I know him for me. Yeah, just Will and Grace for me for the TV show. Any of you guys seen any of his films? Or
No, not even seen Will and Grace.
There's one film and it's absolutely awful, and I think we all know it's awful, but I found a bit of a new respect for it, and it's Jason Goes to Hell. He's in that.
He's in that.
And I actually didn't hate it on rewatch.
No. I look forward to trying that one out when I eventually get to it. What's that? Number 9, is it?
Yeah. It's regarded as the worst one, but on rewatch, I kind of enjoyed it. I found myself laughing at some of it for how bad it was. But yeah, I got a bit of a kick out of it.
Well, as long as you had fun with it and found it entertaining, that's the main thing.
Yeah.
Kura says, still got my paper 3D specs from cinema stuck inside my Freddy's Dead VHS. Oh yeah, that was a 3D one, weren't it? When it came out. Because isn't Friday the 13th Part 3 3D as well?
Yeah.
Dodge Impossible. Andy, would you recommend Pacific Heights as a Halloween watch? Judging by Keaton's performance, is enough to send you to the madhouse with Vincent Price.
Yeah, I love Pacific Heights. I think it's underrated and it's fantastic. If you're ever thinking of buying and renting a property, just watch that film and it'll put you completely off. It's horrific, some of the shit he gets up to in that film.
Is it?
He just ruins these people's lives, and it is horrific that he potentially could get away with it. It's scary in the sense that it could happen in real life. The shit that goes down in that movie.
That sounds interesting. I'll have to keep an eye on that. What's that? Pacific Heights. I'll add that to the list.
Melanie Griffiths.
Melanie Griffith, Matthew Modine's in it. There's no Blu-ray release of it in the UK. I don't even think there's a DVD release of it in the UK.
Oh, that's a shame.
I've got the there's a US Region 3 Blu-ray. I picked it up a few months ago.
Okay.
It's pretty cheap to import, really.
Decent, yeah. Okay.
I'll keep an eye out for that.
I might have to upgrade that to Blu-ray because it's. I love that film.
Yeah, it's a good one.
Yeah.
Marvel fan says I only watched A Nightmare on Elm Street 1 to 3 and Freddy vs. Jason. Rest I didn't have a chance of watching yet. Cool. Carla says, as it's a month of horror, guys, name your ranking out of these iconic horror characters. Michael Myers, Jason Voorhees, Freddy Krueger, and why that character is your number 1. So out of Michael, Freddy, and Jason. Cool. Do you want to go first, Andy?
Yeah, sure. I'll probably say. Oh God. It's probably Jason, Freddy, then Michael for me, I think. But I love them all.
Yeah. Matt?
Yeah, probably Freddy Krueger is number 1, Jason is number 2, and Michael Myers number 3. Probably, I'd say Freddy Krueger probably because he can kind of get you in your dreams. So it's like, obviously you're going to sleep and you can't escape when you're asleep.
That's true. And you, Dan?
I'm going with Michael, Jason and Freddy. I mean, my favourite Michael Myers is from the first film. Most believable. Just the most chilling and frightening for me.
Yeah. For me, it would probably be Jason, then Michael, then Freddy. Again, like what Matt says, the whole dream sort of thing is something you cannot escape. Everybody has to sleep, so that's quite a terrifying when you think about it. David says, did you enjoy the recent new Ghostbusters film? Did you enjoy it? What, Ghostbusters Afterlife? Yeah, I thoroughly enjoyed it. It was a wonderful surprise, very emotional, and I'm looking forward to seeing what they do with the franchise. Andy?
Yeah, I really enjoyed it. I had a great time with it. Yeah.
Matt, what about you?
Yeah, it was great. Yeah, really enjoyed that one. And I recently watched for the first time the 2016 one as well, which I know is hated by a lot of people. And yeah, it wasn't the best, but I thought the 3D was really good. That was its one saving grace, was the 3D. It was actually like, oh, this is quite good actually. Streams coming out of the screen and Slimer coming out. Yeah, but that's about the only good points about it.
Yeah, it's not a very good film. I did watch AJ's videos about it. He didn't like it either. Dan, what about you?
I'm kind of on the fence with it, to be honest. Bits I like, but bits I didn't. I don't know what it was. Just didn't really feel it was necessary to do one. Really, I love the first two. It's difficult. I might watch it again. It might be one of them. I think I really like it now.
Yeah, definitely. I think they're supposed to be doing another one coming out Christmas next year, so that's going to be interesting to see what route they go down with that one. We've got Edward saying, what's your thoughts on Jigsaw set to return in the new Saw film? I've never seen a Saw film, so I can't tell you. Andy, have you heard about this?
I don't really know what to make of it, because pretty much from after Saw 2, all the Saw films just blend as one for me.
Yeah. Matt, what about you?
Yeah, I've never really watched a Saw film. I've started to watch one, and then I tried to watch Spiral, and just turned off. Just not for me.
Yeah. And Dan, have you got any thoughts on this?
I kind of went off and saw the second one. I think it was quite original, but then it's just how much can it shock you? It's one of them which just purely relies on shock value, and I've got no interest in them anymore.
Yeah, there's been so many of them. They did the spin-off, didn't they? Do Spiral, then the Jigsaw film. I'm surprised they're still doing them. Kura says Paramount seems to relish defiling people's nostalgia and love for classic Star Trek. Kura says, did any of you lot bother with the recent STMO pick and Cannes Cinema reveal? Best 5 hours I've spent in a big screen all year. Wow. Star Trek Motion Picture and Cannes Cinema. Oh, no, but it sounds good.
Yeah, I picked up the box set, but no, I didn't see it in the cinema.
Streamer Time Saves 9. Did you watch a film? I did watch a film called Deathline. Have you guys seen it? It's about cannibalistic workers trapped in a London underground a century ago. Has Donald Pleasance and Christopher Lee in. Well, I'm sold with them two in it, but no, haven't seen it, but sounds interesting. No? Anybody seen that?
No.
Dr. Impossible says, ever seen Picard? Jesus, horrific, and it's character assassination on steroids. Star Trek ended for me with the Enterprise.
Yeah, that's too far.
The viewer Drew says, this breaks my heart to say but Bruce Willis was kind of phoning it in on Die Hard 5, at least with other action movie sequels like Terminator Genesis, Rambo Last Blood, and Indiana Jones 4. Harrison Ford, Sylvester Stallone, and Arnie seem to be giving it their all, at least trying to give something of a performance. Yeah, I think the biggest thing with Die Hard 5 was its age rating. It was like dumbed down quite a bit. It got its 12 cinema release. I'm going to have to admit, I didn't mind Rambo Last Blood. It took its while to get going, but the final act was just a violent version of Home Alone. It was quite entertaining. Definitely not the best one, but
Yeah.
it's not bad. Rogue Review says, have you made any pickups in the Arrow Shoptober sale? Yeah, I picked up a couple. I got Female Prisoner Scorpion box set. I got Sleep, Sailor Suit Machine Gun, I think it's called. And what other one did I get? It's another limited edition one. It's a Japanese one. I can't remember what it's called now. Spider Tail Witch or Snake Witch or something it's called. Did you pick any, Andy, up in the sale?
No, I've not picked up anything yet.
No.
No.
Matt, you got anything in the sale?
No.
No. And what about you, Dan?
Yeah, so far I've got Phantom of the Mall. Hoping to pick a few more up on Sunday.
Oh, cool. Because I think the sale finishes this week, don't it? Or is it next week?
I think it must finish on
Halloween.
Tuesday, I think. Be the new offers are
probably
coming.
is. Yeah, I think you're right there. I know on Friday they're announcing their January lineup for releases. So that'll be interesting. We've got Kura here saying, to be fair, John Carpenter's vampires infant smell the crud of Near Dark. The viewer says, Live Free or Die Hard is very underrated in my opinion. People give it hate because the PG-13 rating.
Okay.
Kura says, John Badham's Dracula with Langella pisses all over the bloated Coppola train wreck. Isn't that one a 70s one, late 70s one?
Yeah, I've not seen the
80s.
one.
It was in the 80s. That.
Yeah, I knew it was something like that. Rogue Review says, imagine Highlander, but with all the scenes with Clancy Brown replaced with his Mr. Krabs voice. All he'd be saying is money and Oh, I can't imagine that. Oh dear. Carlos says, horror original versus remake face-off. Maniac, Night of the Living Dead, and The Hills Have Eyes. Haven't seen any of them, only The Hills Have Eyes original, and I did not like that one little bit, but I've heard the remake's very good. Andy, do you want to go off first?
Yeah, I'd have to go with the original Maniac. I think that film's great. The remake's all right. It's got Elijah Wood in it. It is what it is. Night of the Living Dead, I'm gonna have to go with the original, even though I do think the Tom Savini remake's pretty good. And The Hills Have Eyes, I'm gonna have to go with the remake. I still really do like the original. I do think I do get a kick out of that movie, but I think the creative designs of the mutants in the remake are pretty cool. They're just like more horrific.
Dan, what about you?
Yeah, the original Maniac. I've just bought the 88 release of that. That's how much I like it. Don't normally buy films at full price. Remake of Night of the Living Dead. I love that film. And the remake of Hills Have Eyes. That's one of the best horror remakes there is, in my opinion.
Oh, that's good. I still need to see the remake of it. I think it is on Disney Plus, of all things, but there was 2 remakes, weren't there? A sequel to it?
Yeah, sequel, yeah.
And Matt, what about you?
I think the only remake I've seen probably Night of the Living Dead, but the other two, I think I've seen The Hills Have Eyes original, but such a long time ago. Maniac, I can't recall that one. So.
Streamer Time Saves 9 says, no way is Live Free or Die Hard an underrated film. I saw the film with friends and we all agreed that Die Hard with a Vengeance was underrated. Yeah, I could see that. Which one is Live Free or Die Hard? Is that the fourth one or the second one?
Fourth one, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just know them as Die Hard 1 to 5 most of the
I
time.
only think the fourth one's good because the fifth one makes it look good.
Yeah. I
That's
think
what
you're right there.
Don't get me wrong, the fourth one's not a bad film. It's not a patch on the first three for me in any way, shape or form. But I still think it's definitely got a watchable quality to it over the fifth movie. Definitely.
Yeah. We've got Keith here from Euphoria Pictures. Hello to all. Great to see Dan and Matt on the stream. How's everyone doing tonight? Thanks for joining, Keith. I hope you're doing well. We've got Frank Ash saying, did I just read that right? Conservatives being what? Homophobic? Give me a Pinkos? I haven't got a clue there. Frank says, Harry Keith, great to see you on here again, my friend. Dr. Impossible says, all right, Keith, good to see you slated that shitfest Halloween Ends. I had to watch the film just to see what the fuss about. I better start heading towards a film school soon. Kira says, nope, no thanks. The Viva Drew says, do you think Wakanda Forever will be the best comic book movie of the year? Most probably. There hasn't been that much of a competition, I don't think, this year. What would you guys say? Yeah.
The Batman, probably.
Oh, yes, that's true. Yes, I'm just thinking of Marvel films, but yes, with Batman, definitely. That's going to be an interesting competition with them, too. We got Ranch saying Halloween Ends, better character study than most horror franchises cash-ins. Yeah, I could get that. Yeah.
I think the problem is it's got character study of new characters to that movie. It's part of a trilogy, and they focus on new characters that haven't been present in the previous two movies, so it just feels a bit out of place.
They're just there, and you haven't really grown to know these characters over the films.
I get it's doing something new, but it just feels a bit out of left field, and I get people will not like it because of that.
The Reaver Drew says, between Ant-Man 3 and Guardians, which one are you most excited for? Is this Guardians 3 or is it the Guardians Christmas special? I'd say Ant-Man 3. What about you guys?
Same.
Yeah, I'd agree.
Dan?
If it's Guardians 3, that I would probably watch that. So I do love the first one. Second one's all right.
Yeah. Marvel fan says, when you mean Guardians, do you mean the holiday special or the third one? He actually says the third movie.
The trailer yet, don't we?
That's true, but that's kind of hard when we haven't seen the trailer, mate. Ranch says, if you think MCU is saturated at cinemas, the D+ diarrhea of slushy slop is plenty worse. Okay. Marvel fan says, Spider-Man No Way Home Extended Cut is now available digitally, but I don't know if it would be released on home media. I've spoke to a couple of people. They said that Sony's not going to do it, but I've heard there's not a lot in this extended edition to make it worth a second purchase.
I don't really see what else they could put into it, to be honest.
No, I think they changed one of the post-credit scenes and a couple of more extra scenes, but nothing really that special, I've heard. A lot of people said they were really disappointed with it, and I know a few who have seen this extended cut, and they said they prefer the normal cut as it is.
Yeah, just cashed it in. It did so well.
Yeah. Though I would have liked to see a more lavish release of Spider-Man No Way Home. I felt like it was very basic when it just came out on physical. You just had your 4Ks and your Blu-rays and nothing really like 2-disc limited edition, shall I say.
Yeah, but again, that sort of implies that Sony are moving away from, with the lack of slip covers, special editions. Are they moving away now with digital only of this extended cut?
That's another thing, isn't it? It's interesting.
It's a shame as well because they developed the technology in the first place. Blu-ray and 4K, some of the best transfers you'll find. The Sony releases, but I don't know.
They definitely do the best quality discs out there. All their films
Oh,
look immaculate.
fantastic! Yeah.
Dr. Impossible says, where would you put Ridley Scott, Black Hawk Down in Hollywood's modernistic war films? Haven't seen it, so do you want to go first, Stan? Have you seen it?
Sorry, me, was that?
Yeah, you. You seen
yeah,
it?
I love it. I love that film. Definitely, yeah, put that up there with Fury. That's another good one. The Saving Private Ryan was late 90s. So if he's on about modern warfare, then yeah, Black Hawk Down. So probably the best.
Oh, that's good. I've heard it's a good film. I haven't seen it, but it's on the list to pick up. Matt, have you seen it?
No, it's not one I've seen. So I'm not really big into war films myself. Not a genre that I really, sort of watched. Maybe some of the old films back in the day, but not modern stuff. No.
Yeah. And you, Andy?
Yeah, I think it's pretty good. To be honest, I think it sort of falls in that sort of same bracket as Dan was saying, like Fury and Hacksaw Ridge for me. Those type of films. It's pretty good. Yeah.
Maverick says to Drew, Guardians 3, because I can't wait for the story of the third movie. I want to know what might be used for the Volume 3 soundtrack. Yeah, I can imagine the soundtrack will be great. We've got Rack here saying, with streaming services now being so protective with their original content, where does that leave? Also, are all physical media holdbacks from Disney harming collecting for good? Yeah, I know Disney are being very funny with their releases, like Barbarian and See How They Want. That was a Fox film. They're just going straight to streaming and may not get a physical release. It is a shame, but it's all done to keep people tied to that subscription service, so they keep subscribing and keep them numbers up. I'll start it with the lesser known films, and then you'll notice films like the Marvel ones and the Disney animated ones. They'll go to streaming first, and then they'll slowly slow down the releases of the physical editions. What do you think, Andy?
I mean, for me, I can honestly, and I hope it happens, but I think it's going to blow up in its face streaming eventually.
Yes,
I really do. I don't think we're getting far too many platforms now. Far too many, and I can't see one person being subscribed to everything.
No.
And we've had studies done that shows that buying a DVD or a Blu-ray of a film is actually cheaper in the long run. And I think people are going to clock onto it, to be honest. Not so much buying physical, but that streaming is not worth what it is. But it may not happen. It may not happen anytime soon. This, but I do think it will eventually implode on itself.
I know a lot of people who are subscribed to quite a few of these subscription services and don't even watch them, and they get like a like a direct debit every month of the $7.99, $5.99 about it, and they never use it. So I bet there's quite a few people who are still subscribed and don't watch the stuff.
Yep.
Matt, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, that sounds very much like people who join the gym. You know, they sign up to a gym, they go 2 or 3 times, and then they carry on with a direct debit, but they never go.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, I think there will be some consolidation in the future. I think you're going to see more and more of them spring up. But like you just said, you know, people just can't afford all these different subscriptions. It's you know, it's not. You're going to have to choose. And I think there's going to have to be a consolidation of certain studios coming together and saying, look, okay, we'll have a shared platform. There'll be 2 or 3 big streaming sites. I mean, at the moment, you've got Disney, you've got Amazon and Netflix. I mean, Netflix, whilst at the moment they're holding on to, you know, what studios have got left. But obviously, Paramount, they want to put all their content on their streaming site. So you've got Lionsgate, Studio Canal. So they're going to be reliant on their own productions. And while Stranger Things and these, you know, other TV series will do well for them, from the movies point of view, you know, they could be losing out. So we might see Netflix scale down. Yeah, the only trouble with physical media, I think the studios have never ever really wanted physical media because they lost the control to a degree. I mean, yeah, they still get a lot of money from the releases, but ultimately with the platforms, they control it. They can, you know, can put it on, they can take it off, and there's nothing you can do. Whereas at least with a physical copy, you can take it off your shelf, you can put it in your player. But when they stop making the players, you've only got the second-hand market to, you know, rely on. And unfortunately, like VHS now, you know, if you want to watch a VHS, you've got to have to go on eBay or go down the car boot and try and find them there.
Yeah, it's true.
Could happen. It could happen in the future. I mean, there's going to be so many DVD players around for many, many years, and even Blu-ray. And I can certainly see physical media continuing probably for another 10 years. But after that, it's going to become, I think as time goes on, it's going to become more and more niche. But yeah, if they stop producing the players, then they'll stop producing the media.
Yeah. I think with the companies, they are pushing people to go for like streaming now. It's getting to be not such a gentle push as it was before. It's more like a, that's where you got to go if you got to watch it. No physical for you for this one.
Yeah.
But
that's been accelerated by the pandemic, unfortunately.
Yeah.
That's just accelerated it probably 4 or 5 years. That would have been coming down the line, but it's here now.
Yeah, it saw a huge boom in the streaming, but again, as I say, it's the same with the gaming industry. It's a huge push with digital there. I don't like it. I prefer physical copy day in. What about you, Dan?
I've said for a while, I think we're going to end up literally with just all boutique labels in the future. I'd like to think there's many more people like me who won't subscribe to Disney to watch, like, I want to see Barbarian, I want to see Hocus Pocus 2, but I'm never going to unless they release it. I don't think it'll be any time soon. But I mean, my brother's a perfect example. He pays for so many streaming platforms. It's like nearly £100, and for what he pays for, and he's always asking to borrow my films. So, mate, what's the point paying for it? But
true.
Yeah, I do think they should offer burn on demand like Warner Archive, because I'd quite happily pay £20 for a film, like say Barbarian. I'd pay £20, have it burn on demand.
That sounds good. Yeah, I agree there. And Ryan should also say, where does it leave cinemas? That's the thing. A lot of cinemas is it Cineworld that could be going down under because they're in administration. with the lack of big new releases and also going straight to streaming after a couple of weeks, a lot of people aren't going to the cinemas. The only film that's really done any good for cinemas this year is Top Gun. It's done incredible numbers. Hopefully, Black Panther and Avatar 2 can also bring in numbers. But it'll be a shame if cinemas do close, but hopefully they won't. The viewer Drew says people would debate between Toby Cabell, Doom, Julian McMullen, Doom, Colin Powell, Bullseye, and Topher as Venom for the worse. Topher Grace, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Raj says Leguizamo as Jigsaw and Punisher Warzone.
Yeah.
The viewer Drew says Wes Bentley was good as Blackheart and Ghost Rider, but Blackheart as a villain was just really forgettable. Stream of Time Saves 9, Black Hawk Down, and Casualty of Wars are great. I also like The Thin Red Line. Raj says the end is nigh for us all. Getting our sweaty pulls and actual stuff made out of petrochems. Alan says, if any of you guys are a Peter Cushing fan, what are your favourite movies of his? I love Corruption, The Curse of Frankenstein, Dracula, to name but a few. Great question, Alan. For me, it's the Hammer Horror Dracula ones. Any Hammer Horror with Peter Cushing in, I'm always there. Star Wars, of course, he's in the first one, New Hope. Andy, you got any picks?
Yeah, there's a comedy movie with Val Kilmer he's in called Top Secret that I really like. It's quite funny. I just think that's quite an underrated comedy movie. I just really enjoy it. Yeah.
Oh, that's good. I haven't heard of that one. Matt?
It was played Doctor Who in one of the two Doctor Who films, didn't he? They were good. I remember watching those as a kid and enjoying those. They recently came out this year, some
on
special
4K.
editions of those.
Yeah.
So yeah, they were good.
They're getting re-released again, same edition, but with a big vinyl.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, Doctor Who and the Daleks and Doctor Who Dalek Invasion Earth or something it's called, I think.
Yeah, good films. Yeah. Black and white, but they're good.
And what about you, Dan?
I'm not really a fan of Peter Cushing. I think I've seen, is he Horror Express? I think I see.
Yes, Horror Express.
I wasn't, Beast Must Die. I think that's another one I've watched, but I haven't seen a lot with him in, so I can't really give an answer for that.
Yeah. I did watch one on Arrow, The Hounds of the Baskervilles. That was a pretty good one as well.
Yeah.
Dr. Impossible says Defoe would have made a perfect Joker. He's just got that look, say, Brazil nuts.
Yeah.
Yeah, he would have been perfect. Edward says apparently Seth Rogen's Sausage Pie is coming back as a TV show. What's your thoughts on the movie? The movie was a one-time watch. Yeah, I don't think a TV series is really needed, but fair enough. I mean, I'd love to see the origins of these food products, I suppose. But fair enough. That's not what I was expecting to hear today, but it's an interesting choice for a TV show. Andy, what do you think?
I think the movie. I think it's all right. I think it just plays for shock value. It's a bit like a Sacha Baron Cohen movie.
Yeah.
It just kind of like wants to shock its audience as best it can. I think that's really all I really got from it.
What do you think of the TV show?
Well, I don't know where to begin. What to make of that? Yeah.
Matt, what's your thoughts?
I mean, I've not seen the film. I've heard a bit about it, but yeah, like I say, I wouldn't have a clue, to be honest.
And Dan, what do you think?
The film, I couldn't believe what I was watching, to be honest, at the last bit. But yeah, I don't see the need for a TV series. I don't see what they could do with it. So how more outrageous could you get?
I'm still trying to process a TV series of that. Scraping the barrel, that's all I'm going to say. Carlos says, Imprint the latest label to go 4K with their release of the 50s War of the Worlds. I see that's coming to 4K. Well, that's quite a nice little release, that is. Any of you guys interested in that when that comes out on 4K? War of the Worlds?
Yeah.
Oh, that's good. I think it's
Is
coming out next
that
month.
one with 2 films in it? There's 2 films with it.
Yeah, I think there's 2 in it. It comes in a box set.
I didn't realise it was Imprint.
No, I didn't.
I thought Imprint was Australian, but I'm not wrong.
I thought it was.
Yeah, I thought it was. Yeah.
Yeah, they are. They're Australia's answer to like a boutique label. Very expensive to import. They're about £30 each to import here.
Oh.
Yeah, I got Fire in the Sky. Got that. I know it was on Amazon. Got it through. That's a good release. Good film, that.
Marvel fan says, I think Sausage Party is terrible. I don't understand why they need to bring it back as a TV show. Shows Sony is clearly losing money, not making money. Oh, yeah, it's a Sony release. Oh, no. Oh, dear. Oh, I can see what's going to be announced next. Sausage Party, the video game for PlayStation.
Sony Plus. That's probably coming next as well.
That wouldn't surprise me. A Sony streaming channel.
Sony Plus, yeah.
Carlos says December release for War of the Worlds. Yeah, it probably is that one that we are getting. That's coming November, December time. Marvel fan says, Edward, give it a few months and they'll release Emoji Movie as a TV show. Probably. We've got Brian Drums here saying, hey guys, how you all doing? Hey Brian, hope you're doing well, mate. Marvel fan says they'll probably most slightly call the TV show based on James Corden's restaurant thingy. Everything in that show would be replaced with swearing emojis. Alan says, I would hate to see physical media die out. Collecting movies on Blu-ray is one of great pleasures in life. Yeah. As much as I like ordering stuff online, there's nothing beats going into H&V, looking at the shelves and finding a title either on sale or you never thought you'd see there and picking it up and taking it home.
Yeah, I miss that. But sadly, there's no shops around this way anymore, apart from CEX.
And I know I used to have one nearer to me at Peterborough. There was 2 in Peterborough, but then they closed down. So that was a shame.
Yeah.
Edward says, who remembers the Batman Superman movie World's Finest from '97? Heard of it, I think, but I haven't seen it. Andy?
Yeah, I've still got my VHS of it. Yeah. It's they basically took 3 episodes from Superman the animated series that had Batman in it, and they just edited them together to make a movie.
Oh,
pretty much what they did.
Yeah, I think they've done that before, haven't they? Warner Brothers with some of their cartoon ones. You seen it, Matt?
No. Very not.
Dan, what about you?
I haven't seen that one, though.
Alan says, buying and collecting your favourite movies on Blu-ray DVD beats streaming any day, and you don't get all the special features with that damn streaming. You're certainly right there. And also, you can build the collection you want to do. So everybody's collection will be different.
Yeah, and you don't have to keep paying a monthly bill.
That's true.
On your collection.
Yeah, that is very true. Streamer Time Saves 9 says, Elvis was a disappointing film for me. I was left hollow after watching that film. Yeah, I've known a few people been a bit mixed on it. It's one film that I wish I could love this year. It's just, I was so disappointed with it. But I'll probably give it a rewatch later on down the line. Probably my opinion will change. Carlos says, I do think the pricing of certain physical media releases could hurt the longevity of Blu-ray and 4K in the next few years.
I think
I think if they drop the prices a little bit, 4K to about 17 to 20 quid, it could do quite well. Blu-ray 10 to 12, DVD 7, it would help a lot.
I think Zavi's driving that. They're just going up. I mean, you take that Rambo set that's come out. Again, they took over everything blue. Now that was a good company. They produced some great editions for a reasonable price, but they obviously sold out to Zavi. I think they've still got some connection. But that Rambo set, the big one, 100 quid. It's like just too much money. People still pay it, don't they?
There was like 3 editions, wasn't there? Steelbook, I think AJ got that one, didn't he? And then you had a 50 quid edition, then a 100 quid edition.
100, yeah. And today I've seen a couple of unboxings of that 100 quid edition. And yeah, it's a lovely set, don't get me wrong, but 100 quid is for one film. It's like, puts people off.
Well, I used to collect a lot of video game collector's editions, and I'm going to say as it is, they're nice, but the stuff with it, the majority of it is kind of tat that you're just going to look at once and then put in the box and never use again. The main thing is the film or the game.
Yeah.
I know I had a collector's edition. I spent about 100 quid on it, and all I got was like an art book, a poster, and some other bits. Them stuff I never used again. It was the game I only used.
Yeah. I mean, I do collect special editions, but I tend to pick them up second hand on eBay for much more reasonable prices. But I mean, I will go from time to time and I'll pick a title off the shelf and I'll have a look at it, all the bits and pieces inside. Yeah. But yeah, like you say, a lot of the time, a lot of that stuff doesn't get looked at. For a lot of people, they'll take it out, look at it once, and that's it. But yeah.
What about you, Dan, with the prices of physical media?
Yeah, that Rambo set actually popped up on my TV YouTube app. Zavi actually unboxing that, and I was actually shocked when I see it at £100. I've got a couple of everything blue releases, and I'm sure they was about £40 around about that mark. And but yeah, you're right. A lot of the stuff in it, even though like a lot of the bits in the Rambo film's nice to look at, but you can go around and like I picked up a Rambo pin from HMV for £6, a lot better than the pin in that set. Yeah, it's far too much, and yeah, you're right. Zavi are absolutely killing it off. When I think back, I used to collect all steel books. Play.com, they're $9.99 each. I had a lot of nice sets, but yeah, I just couldn't keep up with it. And where I like things to fit in the shelves, I just thought I don't want like a big set and a regular set, and I can't keep up with them costs. It's not worth it.
No. I can remember Play.com. That was quite an affordable site. They did some really good deals, didn't they?
Yeah, it's great sort.
We've got Alan saying, shame the way the Halloween franchise took such a dip, an almighty dire dip in quality after such a brilliant start with Halloween and Halloween 2 all those years ago. I've heard the series is a lot of ups and downs. Streamer Time Save Sign says, do any of you guys like Alan Alda? He directed a number of films in the 70s and 80s.
He was in MASH.
MASH? What, the TV show?
Yeah, the TV's, well, the film and the TV show.
Yeah, I haven't got a clue about this guy. What about you, Dan?
Well, if I knew some of the films he directs, I know the name, but I can't think of what he's directed.
Andy, what about you?
Yeah, I recognise his face, but I think I know him more as an actor than a director. He's in Marriage Story as well.
Yeah, I think he is. Yeah. We've got Ratch here saying John Mills as the village idiot. Lean. Dr. Impossible says, Andy, have you ever considered dipping into the realms of Neil Simon, the writer of Biloxi Blues, Brighton Beach Memoirs, Plaza Suite? Just wondering if if you've seen any of the films written by him.
Haven't even heard of him, I was right to say.
No.
Any of those movies?
No. You guys heard of those films before?
No.
We have Gary North here saying good evening. Good evening, Gary. Dr. Impossible says, I think that was 48 Oliver Twist directed by Aline. Oh, so not the musical one. Alan says, jump cuts and flashbacks and corny dream sequences are big hates of mine in horror films. What do you guys think of them? Yeah. I do agree with your jump cuts. There's quite a few of them now, I notice, in horror films, but nowhere near as... Oh, stand back. He's back. So what do you think of the jump cuts then, Andy, and flashback sequences?
Yeah, they can kind of just slow the pacing of a movie down, I think.
Yeah. You're right there. Dan, what about you?
Dream sequences is one that kind of annoys me, and it's something that's used quite often now, and you can tell it. I personally think, I'm not a fan of that one. Flashbacks don't mind too much as long as they're not overly done.
Yeah. So, some flashbacks can be overlong and just feels like padding to the movie sometimes. And Matt, what about you?
Yeah, I mean, I think flashbacks done right can be effective. Like I say, if they're done too much, jump cuts, I suppose in horror films you get that, don't you? But dream sequences can be a bit hit and miss. But
we've got the Fleece 2 here said, never really thought about it, but Dan is right about Oliver and Mary Poppins. When they're on TV, it really does feel like they're on all day. Yeah. Especially if they're on Channel 4 ITV with all the adverts. You got Richard here saying, hi everyone, what film have you put off the longest but really enjoyed all the best? What film have you put off the longest but really enjoyed it? Recently, I put it off watching for ages, Army of Darkness, but I really enjoyed that one, so I'd say that. What about you guys? Andy?
I think for me it was probably Boogie Nights. So I had it on DVD for like the longest time, and I thought I'd pretty much seen it in my head. I pretty much knew what I was going to get into, and I was completely wrong. Could not have been more wrong. And it blew me away, that movie.
I know how much you really enjoy that film and how much I still need to see it. Matt, what about you?
Yeah, I mean, I think I said the film earlier, The Mist. I've been meaning to watch that for a long time, and so watched it recently, and just thought, wow, this is really good. Really enjoyed it.
What about you, Dan?
Dolores Claiborne, I think you say it. I've had that for a while.
The H&V premium one.
And I really like that. It's a brilliant film.
That's the one with Kathy Bates in, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, that looks really good. Dr. Impossible, I opened mouth when none of you knew who David Leon was. Even my cat looked shocked at me with an open mouth. I might have a locked jaw now. I'm just imagining that cat meme now of a cat going like that. Tim Young-un says, now that the year is almost over, are there any films left that you guys say you are most anticipated? Mine are Darren Aronofsky's The Whale and The Banshees of Inisherin. The Whale, that's the one with Brendan Fraser, isn't it? I've heard some quite positive buzz about that one. For me, thinking about what's coming out the rest of the year, Avatar, Black Panther, that Pinocchio one looks quite good by Guillermo del Toro. And there's a new film called Decision to Leave that I want to watch that looks quite good. I think that is a Park Chan-wook film as well. Andy, what about you?
Yeah, I don't really know, to be honest. There was one movie I was looking forward to seeing this year, but it got pulled. And that was that Operation Fortune. Obviously, because
the Guy Ritchie one.
Yeah, obviously because of what's going on in the Ukraine at the minute.
Right.
Yeah, that I was really looking forward to that. But obviously, I don't know when we are actually going to get that released. But yeah, other than that, I don't really know.
I didn't really know it got delayed. I thought it'd come out, and I just mistook it because I thought it went to Prime a bit like the one with Jason Statham.
Yeah, that cash truck.
Yeah.
Yeah, but this every time I went to the cinema, there was trailers for it. It looked really cool. I was really looking forward to seeing it because it sort of had that same vibe as like The Gentleman, which I really enjoyed. And then the movie just disappeared, and then it wasn't until recently I found out why.
Oh, I didn't know that. That's a shame. But Matt, what about you?
Yeah, I mean, just Avatar, the new Avatar. Really, just want to see what 3D, whether it's going to be any better or. Yeah, Black Panther, but I won't go into cinema to see that. So that'll be next year by the time that comes onto Disney.
Yeah.
So yeah, just the Avatar really.
And what about you, Dan?
I'd say that just Avatar. I'm going to see Black Adam, but Avatar for me.
Yeah. Marvel fan says James Cameron is criticising both DC and Marvel movies, but he nearly directed a Spider-Man movie.
Yeah.
Didn't know that. That'd have been interesting. Right. Alan says, has there ever been a horror movie that irritated you that much that you felt like chucking rotten bloody fruit at the TV? Have watched quite a few of them in my time, I can tell you. I'm just thinking of one of those many by the numbers horror films that are on the Horror Channel. So poorly acted, so cheesy, and the effects are dreadful. One of those sort of asylum movies. I can't really think of any come to mind. Andy, you?
Yeah, I recently watched some of those Anaconda sequels, and fucking hell, they were a struggle.
Oh, geez. David Hasselhoff's in one of the later ones, isn't he?
Yeah, he's in the third one, yeah.
Oh, Matt, what about you?
I can't sort of think of any titles, but I've attempted to watch a few sort of horror films on Amazon Prime, and after about 10 minutes, it's like, yeah, turn that off. Yeah, just utter dribble, really. But I couldn't tell you the names of the films.
Very forgettable and bad. What about you, Dan?
Yeah.
Well, it might be controversial, so I know most people love it, but it irritated me. And it's the film Midsummer. Absolutely wound me up.
Oh, I can't watch that.
I just thought, what's the point in this? I don't know. Is it just me was in a bad mood? I'm not sure, but I hated it.
Yes.
Well, that's shock, isn't it? Shock value, that one.
Yeah, it's like, I didn't get it. Like people diving off of cliffs and didn't die, so they smashed their head in with like a 4-type hammer. I didn't understand what was going on.
It's certainly an odd film. I watched it about 11 o'clock or something, and it finished at just after 2, and I was like, what did I watch? I didn't mind it, but I wasn't overly keen on it. I know Alan is not a big fan of it. He did a very entertaining review of it. He did.
The director's cut as well, apparently.
Yeah, it's like 3 hours long, I think, isn't it?
That's the one I watched as well.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Oh dear, 2.5 hours was enough for me. I don't think I don't think 3 hours would be. Oh,
Oh, dear. Just reminded me of the Wicker Man, that film.
it's a beautiful looking Blu-ray. It is. The scenery is stunning in that film. That's one thing about it. Doctor Impossible says Avatar might as well be an ultra expensive CGI cartoon. It's a wasted talent for sure. But hopefully, well, Disney's banking on big bucks with it. They thinking it's going to bring in the money. I've noticed when I'm going out now, I'm seeing Avatar merchandise a lot. Books to it even being advertised on a Golden Nugget cereal, so you can tell it's coming.
You think there'll be a release of it though?
What, on
Do you reckon
physical?
there'll be a physical release?
I'd imagine they will. If it goes to cinema, it will. I think for them, it's going to be their Top Gun. It's going to stay in cinemas for a long while before we get a physical or a digital release. They ain't going to risk putting it on streaming because they've banked so much money in it.
But then once it's finished that run, they're going to put it on there because it's going to drive subscribers there, isn't it?
They might do. It might be a turning point for them to stop doing so many physical releases. It'll certainly be intriguing to see what they'll do.
Yeah, because Cameron doesn't seem to be that fussed about releasing old catalogues titles of his on physical media, does he? You know, True Lies, The Abyss.
Gary saying Aliens here not being on 4K is shocking. That's true. Yeah.
You know, so.
It could be a turning tide for Disney with physical with Avatar. You never know. But I do think it will be staying in cinemas for a good 3 to 4 months before it hits streaming. I don't think we'll see it straight away like we do with Marvel. Tim Young Unproduction says, as someone who got the chance to watch the re-release of Avatar in 3D, I'm actually excited for the sequel. The film got remastered and it's awesome just to absorb the environment of the film. He continues to say, it felt like watching a Planet Earth nature documentary about a fake alien planet with fake alien creatures. It's super entertaining. I've heard people who went back to see it and really enjoyed it on this re-release. So yeah, they took it off Disney Plus though. They're like, yeah, we're not going to let you watch it on there. You're going to have to go to cinemas and watch it. But done well. Ratch says, don't know about Jill, but I love all the shots in Jaws that Spelly Paulo directed from Creature from the Black Lagoon. Oh. Dr. Impossible says, could Disney Fox leave these transfers for future streaming services? Seems logical. Even Amazon and MGM seem to be reluctant to dole out future licenses to boutiques. That's true. Richard says, My Town in Netflix, Town Hall. Oh. Gary says, I don't like any of the actors in the new Dune. Lynch's movie ain't good, but the cast was better than the new one. Wasn't Sting in the Lynch one?
Yeah, he was, yeah. Patrick Stewart as well.
Yep.
Oh, was he? Oh. I know,
I didn't
what's
like
his
that
name
movie.
from...
I find it boring.
Yeah, a lot of people's opinions on that one is very mixed. I know Lynch wanted to do a longer film, didn't he? But it got cut down to like 2 hours.
Yeah.
David says, what is your best collection on Blu-ray you own and box set? So what's your favourite Blu-ray box set you've got?
I think mine might be the 50th anniversary of James Bond.
Ooh, that was a nice set. Matt, what about you?
My Lord of the Rings and the Hobbit book edition. So it's like in the 6 films all look like books in a wooden bookcase. Absolutely fantastic edition.
And Dan, what about you?
Mine's the Clint Eastwood Signature Collection.
Oh, that's a lovely edition. All them films in there, Huge
Yeah.
set, isn't it?
Yeah.
For me, it's probably just one of the Arrow box sets because I ain't really got many collector's editions. Just probably one of them. Alan says movies that need a Blu-ray release: the Shuttered Room, Legend of the Werewolf, The Ghoul, the Peter Cushing one, and the Bobo stars Sellers and Eklund. Oh. Haven't heard of any of them. Have you guys heard of them?
The Ghoul.
No.
I know there's a couple of different ghouls, isn't there? I think there's like a Boris Karloff one, isn't there? And then there's one that was released on Arrow, and then obviously must be this Peter Cushing one. Edward says, what's your thoughts on Doctor Who officially moving to Disney Plus, and what do you think we'll see from it being on Disney Plus? It's going to Disney Plus in other countries. Apparently we're getting another spin-off of it. Not going to affect us that much because Doctor Who's a British programme owned by the BBC, so we'll have access to it come what may. Cara says, wait, what? They didn't know who David fucking Lean was? Unsubscribed. Dr. Impossible says, Alan Last Tyburn, you can blame Freddie Francis' son for not releasing the back catalogue of Tyburn films. He's been asking big bucks for DVD and Blu-ray releases, and he's been cold-shouldered many times. Gary says Pacific Heights is a perfect fit for Arrow and other boutique labels. Hopefully one will be picked up soon. No, that'll be good.
Yeah.
Marvel fan says Leslie Jordan plays a character from Benidorm. His character played is Buck A. Roo. I've seen Benidorm. I cannot remember his character. David says, how many Blu-rays do you own in your collection? How many 4Ks do you own? I own about 40 4Ks. And I don't even have a 4K player. Blu-rays, I'd probably say it's probably got to be about 700. I'd say 600 to 700. I know Andy's got it all written down on his list. So how many you've got, Andy?
Yeah, so Blu-rays at the minute, well, 4Ks at the minute is 92. And Blu-rays is 1,594.
Wow, that's a mighty collection there.
Yeah. DVDs is 3,074 at the minute. So I'm less than 250 away from 5,000 altogether. So that's my goal. I'm trying to do it by the end of the year.
That's an incredible collection. Fantastic numbers there. Matt, how many have you got?
Well, last time I counted, which was probably beginning of the year, it was about 500 or 600 Blu-rays. I'd say about 70, 80 4Ks. But yeah, I haven't added them up recently. It might be a bit more than that, but not as big as you'd think. Maybe not as. I don't have a massive place to be able to sort of store it all. I would like a dedicated room, but yeah, can't do it at the moment. The missus won't allow it.
Finding the space is the problem.
Yeah. Well, the room that I'm in at the moment, I would like to transfer into. It's a conservatory, but I'd like to make it into a room. But yeah, I've got to pay for it if it's got to be changed. Missus ain't having it. So, yeah.
What about you, Dan?
I've only got about 40 4Ks, so I very rarely pick them up. I think I've got around 2,000 Blu-rays.
Wow, very impressive.
I've still got quite a lot of DVDs actually, but I just keep all them discs like in a wallet. I've only got a few of them out.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Carlos says, what makes... Oh, did you say something? No? Oh, must have just been me. Sorry. Comments have gone weird. Carlos says, what makes Pacific Heights a very good thriller for me was the performance of Michael Keaton playing such a villain after being Batman. at a time when actors would refuse to play a villain role. Oh. Just Michael Keaton as a villain, I'm sold. Ratch says, Amp that you liked Last Blood, like I did. We should probably visit Mexico for a holiday. Probably not. Dr. Impossible says, it's a good film, Andy. We've talked about Pacific quite a few times on the stream. I did see the movie in the cinema and the film didn't do well. Keaton was a psychopathic sleeper. Shame the film bombed.
Yeah. We need the Blu-ray release of Clean and Sober as well. With him in.
Oh, I haven't heard of that one either. Oh. DVD from Film Bloke says, I'm back and I still love it. That's great to hear, mate. Carlos says, Maniac original, Night of the Living Dead remake, Hills Have Eyes original for me. Carlos says, I do rate actors who can play the good guys and bad guys in movies with ease, like Michael Keaton in Pacific Heights, Richard Gere in Internal Affairs, and Denzel Washington in Training Day.
Yeah.
Dr. Impossible says, Fox originally released Pacific Heights in the UK in the cinemas, and I still have the US DVD from Warner, so who's distributing the film now? Sony? Universal? Yeah, that'll be interesting to know. Stream of time saves 9. I think, given time, I reckon it'll be a few big global media companies controlling the media output, maybe one or two, and that will mean a greater control over people like us and the general public. You could be right there, mate. You could be right. I can see that. We've got Kura here saying the third act of Sausage Party was lifted directly from Brian Usner's Society. Yeah, I could see that.
Definitely see that. Yeah.
Dr. Impossible says, I agree, Matt, about COVID speeding up this process. It seems like the Corpse beta tested the streaming during the virus outbreak. People can go to cinemas, so what better time to experiment?
Yeah.
Marvel Fan says, Clerks 3 is out on digital at the moment. It is rental only, but shocked at the price, $9.99 for a rental price. Yes, a lot of these rentals are like 15 quid, some of them, and it's only for like a 48-hour trial. That's the thing that gets me. You might as well wait until the physical come out and buy it, and if you like it, keep it, and if you don't, trade it in. Kura says, Savvy can suck round things. Dr. Impossible says, everything is plus, Matt. It's time for some minus. How does Paramount sound like? They make it sound like it's less is more. Utter shite. I just read a book now while my wife watches the streaming with the cat.
Yeah. That's true. They're all plus, aren't they?
Yeah. It's just a thing now. Edward says, what's your favourite Bill and Ted movie? I've only seen the first two. I haven't seen the new one, so I'll say the first one. Andy?
Yeah, mine's probably the first one as well. Yeah.
Matt?
Yeah, I'd say the first one.
And Dan?
Yeah, same for me. First one.
Marvel Fan says, I pre-ordered Kick-Ass 4K Steelbook, but the release date could change to January 2023 as a release date that is stated as 26th of December. I didn't know they were releasing that on 4K.
Yeah, this week.
Did they? Oh. Has it got both the films in or just the one?
Just the first one.
Oh,
it's a steelbook. I mean, it looks all right. But I've got the Blu-ray one with the HMV one with the art cards.
Oh,
got that. I bought that car boot sale for about £1. Good condition.
Oh, that's good to hear. If it's the release date of 26th of December, mate, highly likely you'll probably get it before Christmas. Marvel Fan says, I've only seen the first Bill and Ted movie, but may watch the others. Edward says, have you been watching Andor, we did talk about this. I think Matt's the only one who's watched a few episodes, but you said it's a bit slow.
Yeah, not for me really.
DVD from Film Bloke says a film Andy would enjoy. The bloody car won't start the motion picture.
Oh yeah.
Kura says flashbacks aren't just for dramatic purposes. They reduce the need for overlong exposition. That's true. Martha Fan says Megadeth used to pay bit from Metallica's Enter the Sandman in their song Go to Hell for Bill and Ted's Journey. Both songs were released in 91. David Beach says, what's your best collection you own on Blu-ray and 4K, and how many movies do you own on Blu-ray and 4K? I think you asked us that before, David, didn't you? Yeah. Marvel Fan says, hey Pete, did you finally watch Licorice Pizza yet? No. Still haven't got round to it. I've got a pile of Blu-rays and still haven't seen it. I know you said you picked it up recently, Dan, didn't you? Have you seen it?
Yeah, I watched it and I kind of liked it, but I don't know really if I'd say it was had a whole lot of point to some parts of it. I mean, I thought it was a bit too long, I guess is the right word. And the kid, Philip Seymour Hoffman's son, he was good, but then he was just playing a 15-year-old boy, but he seemed to me was like a 30-year-old businessman in his mind. A bit strange.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of people say that about him, and it's the relationship as well, like the age difference. Edward says, who's picking up the Austin Powers trilogy 25th anniversary box set on Monday? I'll probably get it. I've got a few nectar points, so I'll probably get it through the eBay store. Andy, you getting it?
Yeah, I've got it on pre-order. I ordered it a couple of months ago.
Awesome. Matt?
Nah, not for me.
Yep. And Dan?
Oh no, I'm happy with the Blu-rays I've got already.
DVD from Film Bloke says, I'm on the fence about getting a new copy of Bad Taste because when I watched it, the film froze at one point. I was able to skip past it and I was able to finish it. What's odds I am able to rip it? Could be worth a try. Dr. Impossible says, watching James Bond on ITV for decades drives me nuts. There was a time when you didn't see a Bond film for years. We get to the 90s and it's endless repeats. Every Sunday, James Bond on ITV. It just makes sense. It's all the time. DVD from Film Bloke says, I wasn't aware the disc had any problems. I guess the only way to check it out is to watch a whole disc from top to bottom. Probably. David says to Andy, do you own the complete collection of Batman on 4K?
Yeah, I've got the I think the only one I don't have on 4K is the Adam West one and Mask of the Phantasm. I've got the Nolan trilogy on 4K. I've got the Burton Schumacher ones on 4K, and I've got the new Matt Reeves one on 4K.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
Carlos says, I enjoyed Hereditary, but Midsummer, tiring. Yeah, I can get that. David says, Andy, will you be buying Titanic when it comes out on 4K? It's coming out next year, isn't it?
Maybe.
Hopefully it's a better transfer than Terminator 2. DVD from Funbloke says, actually, this has made me concerned about all my second-hand DVDs because I'm worried if, regardless, I can rip them, they might have problems I'm aware of. Yeah, I could get that. David says, Andy, do you own all the Toy Stories on 4K?
Not on 4K, no, just Blu-ray.
DVD from Funbloke says, that's what annoying about DVDs is that this has a bad sector, it will freeze and you'll have to fiddle with it to get it past it. If a VHS tape is damaged, you'll get some interference, and that's it. Yeah, I've had a few DVDs like that. Big Z here is Zach. Hey, Zach. Hey, guys. Hope you're all well. Hope you're doing well, Zach. David. Yeah, Andy's only got them on Blu-ray, mate. The Dr. Impossible said, "I'm sorry, Pete. Fucking hell, physical media will be gone by the time you get round to watching them. There'll be antiques in the London Museum." Well, they'll probably all be sold, so then I can donate them to the London Museum or sell them as antiques. Carlos says, "Take care, Pete and Andy. Great guests in Matt and Dan the Man. Another fine live stream." Oh, thanks so much, Carlos. You take care.
Cheers, Carlos.
The final comment is from David. "Do you own steelbooks, Blu-rays on 4K? I have a few steelbooks, none on 4K, a few on Blu-ray." Andy?
Yeah, just a handful on steelbook. I've got the new Suicide Squad 4K steelbook. Got Dune 4K steelbook. Got the Elvis on steelbook and the Batman on steelbook. So there's a few I've got 4K steelbooks, but not too many.
Oh, that's good. Matt, you got any steelbooks?
But half my collection is steelbooks. Yeah, probably about 200 or 300 steelbooks, I would say. Yeah.
Very impressive. And what about you, Dan?
Probably say I've got about 100 steelbooks now, just in the corner up there. But well, one of them was 4K, but due to Amazon's terrible packaging, it arrived squashed. So just got the disc for that.
I know Amazon's new packaging is awful now. It's not very protective.
Yeah.
Marvel fan says, "Good night, guys." Good night, Marvel fan. And the final comment here is Dr. Impossible saying, "Christmas is coming up, Pete. Let's hope you watch a good 50 films. I'll wish upon a star under a Christmas tree." Well, I'm getting there, Doctor. I'm watching a good 4 to 5 films a week, so I'm getting through my watch pile. But yeah, that is the final comment of the night. So I'd like to thank everybody watching the stream. It's been a lot of fun. I'd like to thank Dan for joining us and Matt. Both great guests, and I'd love to get you back on in the stream in the future. And as always, thanks to Andy for joining. If you haven't subscribed to any of these guys yet, all the links are in the description down below, so go and give them all a sub. David's requesting a Steelbook collection video. Yeah, probably do one in the future, mate. So yeah, he says, "Take care, you guys." Yeah, and you take care too, David. Thank you. And as always, thanks everybody watching the live stream. We'll see you all back next week where we'll have some more guests for another fun-filled Wednesday night chat. So thanks for watching, everyone. Bye.
Bye.